Yes, Hespera uttered, just incapacitate them for now, using parcels to confine them where they are. It is accomplished, Purslane. The robots appear just the same. Nothing about them provided the slightest hint that they were now fastened in place. Bracketed by a sheath of constraining influences, they can't do anything now. I declared to Hesperus, they can do everything they could do before. They are grasping out with their consciousness, trying to find a gap in your ship's shields. She won't even know they're doing it. They're that clever when they prevail, Purslane. Their very first move will be to deactivate those immobilizers. Nothing you can say or do will bring them back up again. Cadence and Cascade will have free run of your craft, or more precisely their craft, since they will own her. And there will be nothing you can do to stop them. Within instants, they will have penetrated the whisking network, and instants after that they will be in this compartment. Hesperus shifted his head towards the portal through which we had access. There is one of me and two of them. I would do what I can to protect you, but the odds are not in my favor. Even now, I asked, sensing an oddness in his tone. Never mind, please take me at my word, Purslane. We have been through a lot together. It would be a shame to end it all now, wouldn't it? Especially when we have so much to talk about. I felt as if there was a boulder lodged in my throat. I should consult. I can be in touch with Campion or Bettany. In a few instants, they would tell you to ignore me. From their perspective, it's a perfectly rational standpoint. But you do not have that luxury. You are in this situation, and I am telling you that those robots are instants away from gaining control of your vessel. They must be destroyed now or ejected. This is a hard one, Hesperus. He was speaking faster now, as if he sensed that he had only moments to make his case. How did they come to Naomi Purslane? Did you ever investigate that? Of course, Sci-Fi brought them. They were her guests, Hesperus. Must have read that weakness of doubt opening in my face. Sci-Fi didn't bring them. He remarked she may have thought she did. But that's not how it would have happened. They would have sought her out. They wanted to come here, I sense that very clearly. They have business with Gentian Line, but their arrival had to resemble serendipitous. She was their puppet, not the other way around. She declared she met them at a reunion of Dorcas Line. They would have been counting on a Gentian dropping by, if no one had. They would have found a more circuitous route to reach you. But their ultimate goal was to attend your reunion. What are they? Purslane, no more questions. I nodded once. He had not persuaded me completely, far from it. But my natural inclination was to trust Hesperus, and he was right about saying fine. There was something else as well, a kind of commanding gravitas about him that had not been there before. For all that, his mannerisms of speech were less formal than before. He had fallen ill. Silver, I declared, my voice shaky. Take the immobilized guests and eject them into space. Are you certain, Purslane? This is a very unusual order by which the craft meant. It was not something she ever recalled me asking of her. In all the circuits I had been master. Yes, certain. Give them enough of a shove to keep them falling into the atmosphere for at least 100 orbits. They'll come to no immediate harm, executing the order, Purslane. I waited for Silver Wings to tell me that the robots have been ejected, and waited. This is not a good sign, Hespera remarked. He picked me up again and started running beneath me. His legs became a blur of pistoning gold-silver. I declared, raising my voice above the Lord of the Wind, as Hesperus raced through the bay. Confirm execution of last order. No answer came. You've lost the craft, Hespera declared. No, I declared, refusing to accept it all around. Silver Wings looked exactly the way she always had. You mustn't blame yourself. You offered the order eventually. It's quite probable that the machines had. already taken over your vessel when you asked for them to be immobilized. They may just have been curious as to your intentions, and now I think they will try to kill you and to destroy me. It is my hope that we can reach the shuttle first. And then what? Leave, and hope that we are not fired upon by silver wings, shields before we have a chance to get away. It was not far to the shuttle from that point, but it might as well have been kilometers. As far as I was concerned, we passed many other ships that might have been equally useful had they been powered up and tested for flight. The temptation was to get inside one of them and bring it to life. Silver's jurisdiction reached into the cargo bay, but not into the ships inside it, with armor between us and the robots. We might last long enough to escape, but the shuttle was working and I had left it idling, ready to be flown at a moment's notice. When we reached it has put us, lowered me to the decking, and I told the shuttle to open and admit us as the hull sealed behind us. I allowed my anxiety to drop down a notch inside despite my bruises and the fogginess that still afflicted my vision. I raced to the front and took the manual piloting position, thrusting out my hands like a knight waiting to be guided. The shuttle formed its controls and pushed them obligingly into my hands. I disengaged the docking clamps and increased the drive from idle to taxiing, power sufficient to get us out of the cargo bay. I swung the shuttle's wedge-shaped nose around until we were facing the rectangular aptitude of the open space portal visible in the gaps between a thicket of ships, stretching nearly 7 kilometers into the distance. I had kept the portal open after our arrival, knowing that I would soon be moving ships through the atmosphere curtain. I think we can get out, I remarked, easing the shuttle forward. If I had had a clear line to the gateway, I could have applied more power. But as it was, I had to pick my way through the forest of ships and their docking cradles to fast, and I would risk colliding with something bigger and stronger than the shuttle, something fixed so firmly into place that it would be like ramming a cliff. They know what we're trying to do. Hey Sparrow remarked, how do you know the gateway is closing? I looked, but I could not be certain that the aperture was any narrower than when we had started. It was difficult to tell, but the angle changing all the time. As I steered the shuttle around, obstacle after obstacle. Are you sure, Hesperus? Absolutely. Would you like me to pilot? I'm doing fine, thank you. I will be faster. I am not disadvantaged by a peripheral nervous mechanism. There's as much processing power in my thumb as in your entire skull. Thanks. It's a simple statement of fact. I can get us to the entrance sooner, provided you assign piloting authority to me. Now it was clear even to me that the entrance was narrowing. After all, the rectangle of space framed by the aperture was still 3 kilometers wide, but it looked much less than 2 kilometers in height. 1.5, maybe less. I snatched my hands from the instruments and remarked to assign temporary control authority to my passenger, to be rescinded at my command. Then I glanced back from the console and declared, there, it's yours. Make this count, because I was getting us there. Hesperus stepped into place. He's broad back between me and the console. Thank you, Purslane. I shall do my utmost. We got faster, we got much faster, swerving around obstacles, diving through the gaps between docking supports, skimming past obstructions, with what looked like only millimeters of clearance. Hesperus was making such rapid course adjustments that the nullifiers were struggling to catch up. I felt the push and pull of inertia, phantom fingers eager to turn me into a pulp. If only they could get a good enough grip. The entrance is closing more quickly, Hesper remarked, sounding outrageously calm, even though his hands were a manic blur like a conjurer. Speed it up, they must have sensed out escape intentions and activated some emergency override. Can you go faster by accepting an element of risk? I don't think we have a lot of choice at this point, do we? Do what you have to do. I'm just going to stand back here and close my eyes. Next time. It might be a good idea to park closer to the portal. I was thinking of you. I thought it would be a good thing. If Cadence and Cascade didn't have so far to carry you to the whisking point. In case you were still vulnerable to damage, then I bow to your thoughtfulness and apologize for my uncalled for criticism. Hesperus cut a few more corners. Literally and metaphorically, the shuttle bumped and jarred as it shaved past some of the obstacles, just clipping them. I do not know if that was accidental on his part or a trade-off he had factored into his calculations. All I knew was that we were going faster, but that the portal was closing even more, determinedly squeezing down, until there was now only a dark slot of space, through which we were hoping to pass. At last, Hesperus cleared the main forest of obstructions, leaving us with only a 2-kilometer sprint to the aperture. The portal was still narrowing, but he could accelerate harder now. The walls of the cargo bay slid by on either side at a quickening rate, and I dared to hope that we were going to make it. I was wrong. All of a sudden, the shuttle bucked and swayed, as if it had run into a screen of invisible netting. The walls moved by less quickly. Hesperus supplied more power, but the shuttle was getting slower, not faster. Scarlet warnings flashed across the console, and a chime began to sound with monotonous regularity. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Dry field inner mesh," Hespera uttered, rotating his head to resemble back over his shoulder. "It's what I feared the most. Silver wings of morning must have engaged her parametric engine. The field effects are interfering with each other, and I'm afraid the shuttle is losing the battle." "Can't you do anything? You know better than that, Purslane. If I push the engine harder, it will either deactivate because of safety overrides or rip itself to pieces." I'm not sure I'd care to bet on which outcome would be. The more likely has put us work the controls again, more slowly this time. "I'm sorry, Purslane, but I think they have us. The door is nearly closed. Even if you got the engine working again, it wouldn't help us." Silver Wings must have been changing her course. As the entrance narrowed further, the day side of Naomi came into view. The planet was going visibly smaller. 1 minute of acceleration at 1,000 Gs was sufficient to put 18,000 kilometers between us and our point of departure. After the second minute, we would have traveled 72,000 kilometers, twice the circumference of Naomi. Everyone I knew, everyone I cared for, everyone who cared for me was on that dwindling planet. I had to resist the urge to reach out for it, to try to trap on as our acceleration ripped it away. The entrance closed. Hesperus dropped the engine to idle. "We're in a lot of trouble, I'm afraid. The air resistance of the pressurized chamber had brought us to a halt. We can't just float here." I uttered, "There's a vacant berth to our right. I'll risk a little power to bring us in." The console flashed its warning and sounded the accompanying alarm, but Hesperus managed to guide us in. Letting the shuttle thud into its restraints, the field clamp locked us home. "We must be leaving the Naomi mechanism," he uttered. "This is one of the fastest ships in your line, isn't it? Especially now that there are only 51 of us left. That's why Cadence and Cascade wanted her so badly. That's what I feared. It will be difficult for any of your fellow chattelings to catch up with us, especially given the element of surprise. We can't just give up, go along for the ride. We don't even know where we're being taken. I doubt very much that the robots have any intention of taking us along for the ride. Once they have cleared the network and dealt with any would-be pursuers, I think it very likely that they will turn their consciousness to us, and they'll find a way to eliminate us. I'll do my best to protect you, but there is only one of me. What do they want? To go somewhere? They didn't have to come all the way to Naomi just to find a craft, if what you're saying is right." Then they'd been planning all this long before the ambush took place. So it would appear he had swiveled from the console. His golden mask was as neutrally handsome as ever, his expression one of kindness. But beyond that there was nothing for me to read. You know more than you're telling me, Hesperus. I got that impression from the moment you woke up. What happened back there on Naomi? We should review our situation, he remarked, ignoring my question. Does the shuttle have obeyance devices? No, you'd never need them. That's what I thought it will serve for now. But we may be better off moving to a larger, more readily defended craft. If you have something with weapons and real thrust motors, we may be able to force our way out of the cargo bay. Is there such a starship? Let me think. Those are pretty thick doors. It's going to take more than a laser or two to get through them. See what you come up with. All right, I declared, flustered, my mind still having trouble catching up with recent events. I had been dreading the handing over of Silver Wings, but now I would have gone through with that gladly, rather than find myself a prisoner on my own craft. This is all a bit sudden, Hesperus. You're going to have to make allowances. I have a peripheral nervous network, and it takes me a while to adjust to radical paradigm shifts. I can forgive you anything, Persane. He shifted to the console and made a few more adjustments. I'll keep the drive on idle, just in case an opportunity presents itself. I don't think we should count on it, though. I'm not. Do you think the others will have noticed our depart too, by now? Almost certainly, and they'll be struggling to make sense of it. It may cross their consciousness that you are the one stealing the craft, not the robots. They wouldn't think that, but even as I remarked it, I knew he was right. I should have called down to Campion. They'd have assumed you were fabricating details, making out that the robots were up to no good. They were. No one on Naomi would have known that except Campion. He'd have trusted me, he'd have believed me, no matter how outlandish it sounded. Then I am sorry you were not able to contact Campion, but in the long run, it would have made very little difference. Hesperus put a golden hand on my shoulder, his fingers cold and hard, but also gentle. It would probably have been futile if the robots had already seized control of the craft before you attempted to eject them. As I am increasingly convinced they had, then they would have had no qualms about blocking your efforts to contact Naomi. I closed my blurred, tired eyes, wanting the whole universe to fold itself into a bundle and go and hide in the corner. But when I opened them again, Hesperus and the universe was still waiting to say something. I'm scared, I declared. There's never been a time when I wasn't in control. Even when we went to the spirit, that was our choice. It happens to us all eventually. He moved his hand from my shoulder and, as quick as lightning, touched his stomach forefinger to my eyelids. I would have flinched had he been slower, but all I felt was a touch of metal, a spike of intense cold, too brief to be called pain. And then his hand was lowering. I have repaired your eyes. You had a partially detached retina in the right eye. There was capillary damage in both. I trust your vision will be clearer now. Miraculously it was. What did you just do? He held up his left hand, letting me see the forefinger between the gold nail and the quick. A tiny harpoon-like structure emerged. It was a many-barbed thing of fractal complexity, its details vanishing down to a purple-gold haze, as if the thing was simultaneously shifting in and out. To focus, or indeed reality, I fixed you, Hespera remarked simply. It wasn't difficult. Could you always do that? From the moment I met you. But there's more, isn't that? You're different since you came back. I can't do anything I couldn't do before. But I see things in a new light, and I know much. Much more, because the spirits restored your memory. That too, but not only that, I learned a great many things, Purslane. I am still coming to terms with some of them, but now isn't the time to talk about all that. Not until you've decided whether we stay here, or try to reach one of the other ships. That has to be my decision, doesn't it? I know many things, but only you know the contents of this bay. Think carefully, Purslane, because a lot may hinge on your decision. So I declared no pressure then. Part 6. Milady de Banton remarked, stooping as he penetrated my chamber. I bring you grave intelligence. It had been a fortnight since I had touched the blood. Bound needle to my finger, I had expected Kelly Dress to make his way to the Palace of Clouds. Within 2 or 3 days, 4 or 5, if one allowed. For the difficulty of crossing open ground, with Mordax's spies keeping watch, after a week I had begun to have qualms. By the end of the second I had begun to resign myself to the unpalatable possibility that Calidris was already dead. It had, after all, been a very long while since I had heard from him. But when he presented me with the blood-bound needle, he had told me that it would only work magically. If he was still alive, I had felt no pain when the blood was drawn. I should have felt at least a prick if Calidris was no longer of this world. Tell me this news, Dobinton. Calidris is dead. He was caught trying to return to the Palace of Clouds. Calidris lives, if our agents are to be believed. My lady, we have committed a terrible error. I put down my mirror and brush. I had been attending to my hair, sitting by a window of colored glass laid with pretty designs. I do not understand, it would appear, that Calidris was already a prisoner of Mordax when you summoned him. He had been caught by one of the Count's raiding parties, one of a larger party of men. They were blacksmiths, artisans of some ability, so were not put straight to the sword. Mordax would rather enslave such men and have them equip his armies. Calidris had disguised himself well and used blocking spells to mask his own magical talents. A difficult, dangerous venture. But it was working. Even Mordax's sorcerers were hoodwinked. He could not have kept the ruse up indefinitely. It was costing him an indescribable amount of effort, but it would have sufficed to protect him while he was under direct scrutiny. Later, when the men were put to work equipping Mordax's army, Calidris would have contrived his escape. Pray tell me what else our spies have learned. Calidris was seen by one of these men. At the moment the needle went in, the man recognized the presence of magic. Blood had appeared on Calidris's finger without cause, and Calidris's pain was disproportionate to the injury. In the same instant, he lost his control of the blocking spells. They required a constant taxing effort of the mind. The man became frightened. He summoned guards and told them what had happened. Calidris was separated from the common blacksmiths and brought to Count Mordax. By then Mordax, his own magicians, had become alerted to the presence of a powerful new mind in the Black Castle. Calidris was unmasked. He was shackled and gagged before he could work magic against his capitals. I looked at Dorbenton with practiced skepticism. Our spies told you this. If we have such men, why do we not already have the Black Castle? We also have this, Dorbenton declared, sidestepping the question. He offered me a letter. I shattered at the black grilled seal. It was another communication from my stepbrother. I tore it open and read Mordax's gloating account of how he had captured Calidris. You think I can't turn him? I read, but you're wrong. Anyone can be rotated. Palatial swiveled me. I thought I was stronger than the game, that I could become Mordax without inheriting the mantle of his personality and his past. I was wrong about that. As you will be wrong about Calidris, I will tell him that you betrayed him. For the return of your lady-in-waiting, that I asked you to give me proof of his identity. He will not believe me at first, but I have seen how men break. Time will erode his old loyalties and turn him to the will of the Black Castle. And then a magic beyond anything in your experience will be unleashed upon the kingdom. I looked at Dorbenton with ice in my veins. We have failed. It's all over. His eyes were heavy-lidded from too little sleep. Chamberlain Dorbenton mastery damns soulless, his soldiers. and my highest ministers had thought of little. But Caladris in the Black Castle these last days. Perhaps Caladris will have the strength of will. Not to turn against us, no man has ever resisted. You saw what Count Mordax wrote in his letter. Dorbenton, do not pretend. You did not open and reseal it. Before it reached my hands, Palatial has changed him. I know what he was like before he went in. Palatial milady. For an instant, I had felt on the verge of some transforming knowledge. A secret that would put all our problems into a different, less harrowing perspective. It was as if I was a player on a stage who had become so consumed by the role they were acting that they had forgotten that the whole enterprise was for show. Burdened with the weight of their characters, problems, they had had a moment of epiphany, a realization that it was merely a performance, a disguise that they could step out of whenever they chose. I had been troubled by many such moments lately, a feeling that I was inside a theater, that none of my actions would have wider consequence. Beyond its paneled green walls, sometimes a word or phrase palatial rams. Scoop Starship Lesser World felt like an ominous key, one that was about to unlock great and troubling mysteries. Fortunately they could easily have become a distraction. From the matter at hand, those moments always passed, leaving only a faint sense of mental disquiet. It is nothing, Dorbenton. My point is simply that we cannot entrust the kingdom to the hope that Caladris will be stronger than any man who has ever lived. I hesitated, running my nails down the sharp edge of the letter. There has always been another we could turn to. When the possibility was first raised, I dismissed it, as I was right to do, given the state of our affairs at the time. Now events have taken an even more ominous turn, and I must reconsider if Caladris's magic is to be used against us. As I fear it will be, we must have an equivalent ally. You are speaking of Relictus, the failed apprentice. Horror paled Dorbenton's already shallow features. I did not agree with Searles. My lady, Relictus should stay where he is until he rots. I was right about Caladris's magic, though it was months before we knew. The truth of his defection, realization, came when the ghost soldiers began to attack our men. Count Mordax's one weakness had always been the size of his army, well-equipped, well-trained, ruthless in the execution of his orders, but stretched thin across too many campaigns, too many points of attack on the kingdom's borders. Our army was more numerous, but it could not be denied less effective, and it was only this uneasy balance that had kept Mordax at bay. Had he been overwhelmingly stronger, Mordax would not have had cause to take a hostage, nor would he have had a use for Caladris. Mordax was a man of the practical arts, schooled in the blood-stained science of war, and he had an instinctive distaste for magic. Nonetheless, I had never deceived myself that he would refrain from making full use of his new prize if circumstances merited it. At first, all we knew of the ghost soldiers was reports from frightened, less than credible witnesses. A raiding party had burned one of the villages, the men wielding torches and pikes, with the usual rabble dressed up to resemble like brigands, but riding with them remaining outside the village. While the burning took place was an escort of armored men on waif-thin horses, lean and fast as greyhounds. Only one of the men rode a heavy charger, and he was the only one with his visor raised. The other riders were elaborately jointed armor, every inch of their bodies protected by metal. The man with the raised visor wore leather, with metal plates sewn all over it. He appeared to be leading the other soldiers, those with their visors down, but he never provided a spoken command. One of the villagers, driven beyond rage by the burning of his home, found the armored riders and shot at them. With a stolen bow, he fired 6 arrows into the riders, but they either bounced off their armor or wedged into the joints between the sections, without obvious harm to the rider. As the brigands left the village, The armored men began to ride away to rejoin them. At that point, the villager fired a 7 Fano, and by lucky chance, it found the flank of one of the horses rather than the rider. The horse backed, and through the armored man, he crashed to the ground, making no sound, except bats of crashing metal of the other riders. Only the man on the heavy horse looked back. Then he swung his arm, and the others galloped after him, oblivious to their fallen comrade. The villager left his place of cover to examine the tumbled rider. What he found distressed him greatly. The armor had broken one arm coming away from the torso, yet there was no sign of injured flesh. And when the villager examined the remains, he found only empty metal, a suit of armor with no man inside. Yet he understood then why the riders' horses had been so thin and fast. They had only needed to carry the weight of metal. Not a man inside that armor. That it was that we first learned of the ghost soldiers within weeks. Reports of them were arriving from all over the kingdom. They moved so quickly and with such agility that they could cross our borders, where no force had ever finalized so before. They moved at night as if it was day. The horses smelled of death and corruption, as if they were the corpses of horses, reanimated for this single purpose. They were never seen to graze or take water, and on the coldest eve, no hint of breath escaped their lungs. And they came in such numbers. Whatever magic Kalidris was using against us required only the production of suits of armor. Our blacksmiths could have worked as industriously, and it would have made no difference. We did not have enough able soldiers to fill that metal. Mordix could have as many as he needed. I knew then that we needed Reluctus, that I could listen to my qualms no more. Chapter 25. I was stretching my legs on one of Emir's bridges, transfixed by the snapping of the flags, their colors rippling against the sky, when Bettany found me. Champion, he uttered, lifting the black collar of his coat against the wind. Has Messarian finished for the day? This is about Purslane. We've just received some distressing news. The wind did not trouble me until then, but it chose that moment to reach my bones. What's happened? All we know is that you went up to Silver Wings with the robots, all 3 of them. Now her ship's broken orbit, suddenly and without announcement. She's heading away from Naomi at what we believe to be the maximum safe acceleration for that craft. I grabbed that. The bridge is handrailed to stop myself reeling. The news had hit me like vertigo. How long ago? Less than a quarter of an hour. I came as quickly as I could. I need to get up there. All shuttles have been tasked for immediate use. I'm taking mine in a few minutes. You're welcome to come with me. I can drop you aboard Galleons. Before I rendezvous with Adonis Blue, I was so numb that I did not even acknowledge his offer. What about the other ships? 3 have already been dispatched. With no one aboard them, they've already broken orbit. So at least we have something. In immediate pursuit of Silver Wings, they won't be able to catch up, but they'll be able to get within weapons range. I declared, finishing his sentence for him. Nothing's set in stone, but we need to consider every option. It's unclear what's happened up there, Campion, but we do know it wasn't part of the plan. I'm not saying we shoot her down on sight. That will be the last thing we do, but if we can cripple Silver Wings, slow her down enough to draw alongside. I know what you're thinking, but Purslane wouldn't have taken her own craft. She didn't like being told to give it to the robots. Would you have liked it if it had been you? Instead of her, I shook my head angrily. This isn't how Purslane does things. She was going to hand Silver Wings over to the robots, and then come back down with her head held high. So what's happened? I never liked those robots. You think they stole the vessel? Bettany stared at me exasperatedly. They were going to get it anyway, Champion. Why would they take it now, when all they had to do was wait until Purslane handed it over? I don't know, I'm just saying I didn't like them. And don't start accusing me of being machine phobic. I didn't have a problem with Hesperus. Then a thought barged to the front of my mind. Has anyone tried to talk to her? First thing we did as soon as she broke orbit, but Purslane hasn't replied. That just proves she isn't involved. It does. Purslane wouldn't have left without contacting us. Bethany, she'd have made damn sure we knew her feelings. Perhaps she talk when she feels safe. She isn't talking because she can't talk. Something's happened up there. Slowly the possibility of Purslane having been killed was beginning to dominate my thoughts, forming like a single dark cloud in another wise. Clear sky, I pushed it away reflectively, but it kept coming back if for some reason. The robots had decided to take the vessel rather than wait for it to be handed over. They would have killed Bus Lane as soon as blink. I have to get up there, I uttered again. We're going. Bethany reached out and took both my arms, holding me roughly above the elbows. Campion listened to me very carefully. We've had our differences. I don't expect you to like me or ever forgive me for what I did to Purslane, but understand that I had my reasons. I was thinking of the line of this incredibly fragile, incredibly rare thing that we can find between us. I have to show the importance of discipline. Now more than ever, but it wasn't personal. It wasn't finalized out of vindictiveness. And you know what, I admit, I made a mistake by letting Missouri and run the interrogations. You saw that long before I did. I'm not infallible, but I'm not a monster either. If you can forgive me for anything you think I did, to you or to Purslane, I am willing to put your slights, your cavalier attitude towards the line behind us. I am offering you the hand of friendship, the hand of forgiveness. If Purslane has completed something wrong, she deserves a chance to redeem herself. If she hasn't, she deserves our help. Absolutely and unconditionally. I will push my craft to the limit to catch up with her, and I know you will do the same. There are 48 other shadowings who feel the same way. I waited a while, then declared, speech over. I've uttered what I wanted to say. If you're with me, my shuttle is ready to take us into orbit. If you can't stand the thought of sharing a ride with me, I think Aconite or Tansy will be lifting off shortly. I revealed the matter a few moments' thought, then remarked, let's go. Lying policy dictated that all of our ships should be in a condition of immediate flight readiness so that they would be able to break orbit and sprint for interstellar space the moment the patrols detected the approach of a hostile agency. The possibility of flight had been at the back of all our thoughts. In every waking instance on Naomi, between 1 hour and the next, we might leave that world and never see it again. But that did not mean that all the remaining ships would be joining the chase after Silver Wings of Morning. This was an unexpected development, but it was not a reason for an emergency evacuation. Gollingale was out on patrol that day with his starship Midnight Queen, and he had reported no troubling intruders, no hints of killer fleets breaking down from interstellar speed. The line would remain in session, albeit in depleted numbers. In any case, at least half of the 35 remaining ships were too slow ever to catch up with Purslane, and of the remainder there were fewer than 10 that could even be considered to be in. With a chance, 3 were already on the way. Flying without their owners, Dalians would have been one of the slow ones, had it not been for the upgrade she had received, courtesy of Ateshka. Now she was a marginal case to have a hope of catching Silver Wings. Her engine would need to be pushed well into the red, and I have no idea what kind of design margin now applied. We've kept signaling, Bettany declared as he brought his shuttle into whisking range of Dalians, but there's still been no response. If the robots are in charge, they can't have any demands. They don't need anything from us, I declared. Do we have a handle on the trajectory? Heading in the Galactic anti-center, parallel to the plane. She may turn once she's reached interstellar space, but for now there's no reason to presume. She isn't still headed for machine space. There's something wrong about this Bethany. The whole thing's wrong. Whatever's happening here, it isn't for Slane's doing. Deep down you know that. It would surprise me if it was. But I've been surprised before. I thanked him for the ride. And whisked over to Dalian's, sensing my arrival. The vessel brought itself to immediate flight readiness by the time I reached the bridge. The engine was chafing at the bit, ready for the chase. It had all happened so quickly that I felt a sense of dreamlike and reality about the whole experience. In less than 12 hours, Slane's starship would be traveling so close to the speed of light that the fastest starship ever built would still need 100,000 years to catch up with her. By the time it did, they would both be on the other side of the galaxy. The only possibility of grasping her lane chasing now, with all safeguards thrown to the wind. I assumed my command position, laid in a pursuit course, and brought the engine to 1,000 Gs. Naomi fell away like a stone dropped down a well. Like all worlds, it had felt as wide as the universe when I was standing on it. But now I saw it for the little silver pebble. It really was a small, round rock floating in an infinitely larger void, buried from vacuum by the thinnest gaps of an atmosphere. For a few minutes, I was alone. Nothing within my immediate sensor reach. But then, the other ships began to lock into formation around me, matching my acceleration for the time being. The three craft that lay ahead of us belonged to Charlock. Arash and Agrimony, 5 ships followed. Mine was one of them, Bethany's another. The other 3 belonged to Cyril, Tansy and Henbine, with Charlock, Arash and Agrimony riding as passengers. Soon we would be accompanied by a 6th, for Galangale had broken off from his patrol duties to join the chase. He was pushing at 12 Gs, coaxing Midnight Queen to give up her last Newton of pseudo-thrust. Of all the ships that would eventually make up the pursuit squadron, he's had the best chance of closing the distance on silver wings of morning. Even though he would not be able to match pass Lane's cruise ceiling, within an hour we had put more than 3 light minutes of space between us and Naomi. It was now just a bright star, astern almost washed out by the light of its sun, with our engines stable. Pushed to the currently agreed limit of 1,000 Gs, we gathered our ships, close enough for real-time conversation. A circular table formed in my bridge, duplicating the one that would appear on the other craft. In Margot's of my fellow, shadowings popped into existence around it. Except for Galangale, all of them are rendered solid. Galangale's smokiness was to remind us that he was still more than a minute downrange and could not be expected to respond immediately to any point of debate at noon. None of us expected to be in our ships before sundown. Racing away from Naomi, Bethany uttered, "But say what you like about us, we've always been quick and adaptable. When the moment energies it upon us, Charlock, Arash, and Agrimony, thank you for dispatching your ships ahead of you. Rest assured that the line won't forget your magnanimity. Whisking's too dangerous, but if we can push to 11 Gs, even 12, we can creep within shuttle range of our ships." Or I declared, her hands resting on the table before her. She had long, sharp fingernails, painted midnight black for Seifel's funeral. I know. I'd rather be a bored mind than sitting back here, watching her from a distance. The 3 ships are already too far downstream for effective real-time control, and mine carries no protocols for the situation. Keeping her voice level, she added, "I mean battle protocols, if it wasn't obvious." "We'll deal with protocols in a moment," Bethany uttered first. "I'd like Campion to speak. He knows Slane better than any of us. And for once I don't intend that as a criticism. We're beyond that now. If he has insights, anything that might bear on this crisis, we should hear them." "I have no insights," I remarked, "except for what I've already told you, which is that this definitely isn't Slane's doing. She's either dead, murdered by the robots, or she's their prisoner." "Why would the robots do this?" Charlock asked. They've nothing to gain by taking her prisoner. Or even killing her, the craft was already theirs, if Purslane chose to go against the line. Tansy began. She didn't. I snapped back. I was with her just before she went up. She wasn't thrilled about losing Silver Wings, but she was resigned to it. She also wanted the robots to help Hesperus. As best they could, if that meant donating her craft, she was happy to oblige. Could she have been bluffing? Asked Sorrow, scratching at the fine gray flake down of his beard. I'm sorry, but someone has to ask. If Purslane had this planned out in advance, she wouldn't have wanted you to know about it. She wasn't bluffing. You can't know that for sure. None of us are mind readers. If she was sufficiently determined. I stared Sorrow down. We had never crossed swords before. But neither had I ever counted him as a close friend. Trust me. The slain had no intention of taking her own vessel. We'll assume champion's right for now. Bethany uttered, our primary objective is stopping that starship once we've finalized that, once we've recovered her. We can work out what happened. How do you propose to stop Silver Wings, short of destroying her Tansy and Guad? Sorry, they probably could have put that better. But you can't just throw a rope around her and hope she slows down. We'll aim to cripple her without hurting anyone on board. Remarked Bethany, that's the best we can hope for now. Has anyone tried signaling? Purslane asked Charlock. Bethany nodded. We've been trying from the moment you broke orbit, but there's been no response. Which proves nothing, I remarked. If the robots have taken control, they're not going to have any interest in talking to us. Do you think Purslane's still alive? Tansy asked me. I hope so. That's a non-answer. It's the best I've got. Please don't press the point. To my relief, she chose not to. There's something we do need to consider. Before engaging Silver Wings, or Ash declared, tapping the tips of her nails against the ghost surface of the table, if the robots have taken control, we can assume that they're acting as agents of the machine people, cladding on Purslane's starship, even with the intention of slowing her down. Could be construed as a hostile action viewed from certain quarters. It could be interpreted as a declaration of war against the machine people. No one would be that stupid. Agraman, he declared, this is an isolated incident, a vessel taken without due explanation. We have every right to reclaim Lane property. Or Ash's expression was steely brooking. No dissent, I remarked, from certain quarters. At the very least, we might be banished from the commonality. And I'd hardly tell you how catastrophic that would be for Gentian line, especially in this time of maximum need. At worst, we might provoke the robots into retaliator. Reaction will justify our actions. Bethany declared, then you'd better hope someone's ready to listen. In between those outcomes is a spread of possibilities. Almost all of them bad. Another line might decide to attack us, just to show the robots where they stand. If a sufficient number of turnover civilizations decided to combine their energies against us, we might face difficulties. We'll crush them if they have the temerity. Bethany told her, if the machine people turn on us, we'll crush them as well. They're fast and strong, but we've been around a lot longer than they have. I raised what I hoped was the voice of reason. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's a lot we don't know about those robots. A lot we don't know about the machine people. For that matter, what are you driving at? Charlock asked. Just that we ought to keep open intellects. We already have grounds to assume that it was my visit to the Vigilance that somehow caused the ambush in the first place. Dr. Mennings had his reasons for visiting the Vigilance. So did Hesperus. The same might also have applied to Cadence and Cascade. They came to us, not the Vigilantes. Sorrow remarked, my point still stands. The Vigilantes was suddenly the focus of lots of attention. And because of my strand, we got entangled in the same affair. The machines may have decided it was in their interest to visit us instead. Subtle looked unconvinced. I don't see why that would be the case. If the vigilance is the thing everyone's interested in, why not go there directly? The vigilantes won't deal with robots, only organic intelligences. Ask them why. Hesperus was planning to disguise himself as a human, but that would have involved considerable sacrifices. For him paring down his abilities until he could only just get by. He may never have succeeded. Cadence and Cascade may not have been prepared to go that far, or had already judged that there was too much risk of detection. Can you imagine how bad it would have looked if the machine people were found to be infiltrating human civilizations? That would probably have been enough to trigger a galaxy-wide diplomatic crisis irrespective of anything we do, so they came to us instead, knowing that we'd obtain data from the vigilance that was in some way sensitive. They were hoping to access the information through us. Bypassing the vigilance completely subtle asked, "You think they were paying us that much attention?" "Someone was," I declared with a weary shrug. "You think there's a connection between the robots and the House of Suns?" Bethany asked. "Everything's connected," I answered. "That doesn't mean everyone's working towards the same goal." I was prepared to believe that we might have incurred the wrath of another line. Bethany remarked that the ambush might have been our payment for something we did a dozen circuits ago. Some careless move we barely provided a second thought to at the time. "But you don't feel that way now," I declared. "Not if the machines are involved. And let's face it, they appear to be, don't they?" Bethany glanced around at all of us. "No disrespect to Saint Fine, but it looks as if they used her to get to us," I declared. "In which case, whatever we're involved in is, if direct interest to the machine people, they sent Hesperas. I think they also sent Cadence and Cascade. The only question is, did they all have the same objectives? If they all originated with the machine people, can't we take that as Rend? Sorry, I'll ask. Not necessarily the machine. People may be just as fractious as any human civilization, just thinking through the permutations, trying to shuffle the evidence of recent events into some kind of rational structure was making my head throb. I pressed my fingers against my brow. All I'm saying is, Cadence and Cascade may have been following different orders from Hesperus, or been given more latitude to accomplish whatever it was they were sent to do. From where I'm sitting, they didn't do very much at all. Tansy declared came to the reunion, survived the ambush, spent time on Naomi, and then agreed to return home with news of the attack. What am I missing? Nothing, I declared, apart from the fact that they had Hesperas with them when they left, which presumably wasn't the detail they'd planned for. Other than that though, unless they were being sneakier than we realized, they didn't gain access to any of our secrets, or learn anything on Naomi that we didn't learn as well. I don't even remember them paying much attention to the interrogations. I got the impression they were never particularly interested. Maybe they already knew everything, Grill declared, and the others were likely to say. Charlotte uttered, "So if it wasn't our secrets, if it wasn't the information known by the prisoners, what were they after?" asked Sorrow. "Something else, obviously," I remarked. "Something that's either staring us in the face, something so obvious that we can't see it, or something even we don't know about, but which has something to do with us." Charlotte uttered. Gallingale Smoky Image spoke for the first time. "Excuse the interruption, but it seems to me that we're all agreed on one thing. This is not in character for Pursuline. I'm with Campion. She's been duped by the robots. Let's not forget that they were the ones who first dropped hints that they needed a fast craft. It was just Porcelain's bad luck that Paris appeared to fit the bill, and that she needed her wrists slapped." Bethany stiffened his jaw but didn't interrupt. "She's a victim of circumstance here, nothing more, luckily. This is Porcelain we're talking about. She's smart and adaptable, and it's hardship that they've tried to steal. And imagine, the chances are excellent that she's still alive At the same time, we can't disregard the possibility that the robots may have gained control of Silver Wing's weapons. It may be something of a challenge to approach her. There are safeguards to prevent one line starship firing on another. Sorrow uttered after a minute. Galactic answered, none that can't be circumvented if those robots are sufficiently resourceful. I just don't think we should be blind to the risks, but we have armored impassers, weapons of our own, and a clear numerical advantage. I propose that we disable acceleration safeguards on the 3 lead ships and let them get as close to Porcellini as they can. Hollish was indignant. I'm still planning on being aboard my craft, me too, uttered Charlock. Ships can be replaced, Galactic responded. The least of us is worth more than any craft, and if this fails, Bethany asked, if we lose 3 ships, where does that leave us? My craft has the best chance of closing the gap. Galactic declared, I also have armored weapons, the equal of anything else in the pursuit squadron. I'll be the next to go if it comes to that. He smiled tightly. You can be sure that I'm making this suggestion with a full appreciation of the consequences. If you go in, we all go in. I uttered, that's very noble of your champion. But we have to think of the line, too much selfless bravery, too many heroic gestures, and there won't be a line. To survive, we have to indulge in a little tactical cowardice. Galactic smiled again. It was the smile of a man who did not place a high premium on his chances of seeing out another circuit. I'm not the bravest of men. None of us are natural cowards, of course, but we all have a healthy sense of self-preservation. Nonetheless, I have the fastest vessel, so I am obliged to use it in the way that best benefits the line. You do nothing until we've closed the distance. With the first 3 ships, Bethany declared, even then, no action is to be taken unilaterally, so it's decided then. Harash asked, our ships become expendable? Better than the new, Bethany uttered, his tone of voice letting us all know that he considered the matter. Closed, we've held it 1,000 Gs since leaving Naomi. Is there anyone who isn't prepared to increase to 12 as an emergency measure? None of us answered immediately. We all knew that we would be pushing our ships harder than we ever had before. Even if the engines held, we would be at the mercy of inertia nullifiers, operating well outside their normal regime. There was a slow exchange of glances, a shared sense that we would, in this together, prepare to shoulder a collective risk. I'll do it, I uttered. We'll all do it, Charlock declared. All or nothing, the Gentian way. Chapter 26. Hesperus shifted from the console aboard my shuttle and shook his magnificent, golden head. It isn't good. Purslane, could the shuttle have been damaged? When we tried to escape, I doubt that there is anything at fault with either the sending or receiving apparatus. Most likely Silver Wings is blocking her signals or obstructing the return signal from Naomi or from the ships that we may be certain are following us. It's just a shuttle, I declared, wondering how he could be sure that we were being pursued. We could not have been underway for more than 3 hours, by my reckoning. The line took that long to have breakfast sometimes. Nobody ever imagined it would need to send a signal across more than a few moments or through another ship's dry field. I remarked, gloom rising in me like a black tide. Nothing was going to daunt my companion. I asked you to give some thought to moving to one of the other craft if it could serve us better, either as a place of sanctuary or a means of escape. Have you made a shortlist? Tiredness was beginning to dull my thoughts. It was still only early evening by Naomi time, but I felt as if I had lived through several days. Since the robots take over, there are some possibilities. Hesperus crossed his massive gold arms. Good, tell me about them. There's a craft about 2 kilometers up bay, back in the direction we came from. So even further from the portal, afraid so, but I thought about all the ships in the bay, and this is the one I keep coming back to it, as if it's telling me to take shelter inside. Can it keep us alive indefinitely? It's an old ark built by nascents. Some other civilization found it drifting and refitted it, with a star drive and a few other bits and pieces. It should be able to send a signal beyond silver wings. It'll have power and functioning makers. Obeyance devices. I think so. You think so? I'm trying my best, Hesperus. It's been a while since I was last inside. But yes, there should be caskets. Something I can use anyway. I don't know about you. I'll manage. We should leave now, before Cadence and Cascade turn their thoughts to us. Is there a maker inside this shuttle? Only a small one. What were you thinking of? I was hoping we might be able to make you a spacesuit. Assuming there isn't one already aboard, a spacesuit. You may need one. We can't whisk to the other vessel, and we can't count on the presence of air. In your cargo bay. I blinked hard. I can't remember the last time I wore a spacesuit. No, wait. I got into one when I visited the Vigilantes. That was Campion, if I'm not mistaken. Memory bleed. No, the maker won't be able to help us. It would have to assemble the suit in pieces. There might be one tucked away in the back hole. I suppose. Do you consider it likely? Not at all. A craft like this, you don't ever need a spacesuit. Once in a million years. Welcome to that moment. Go and appear for a suit, but only spend 2 minutes doing so. If you haven't found one by then, we leave anyway. I went and looked, but in my heart of hearts, I knew it was hopeless. This craft had logged billions of hours of safe flight, without ever putting its passengers in the embarrassing position of needing spacesuits. Once we are in the Ark, Hesperus declared, it may be problematic to return here. Let us be certain that we are leaving behind nothing of value. Nothing that can't be fabricated by the Ark's makers. There isn't anything. We don't even have an energy pistol to our name. Then we leave now. Give me explicit directions to the starship in question. Describe it well and describe the boarding procedure. I did as I was asked. Hesperus nodded slowly yes. I remember passing that starship as we attempted our escape. There was a gateway 38 meters from the bow. Are you certain it will permit me to enter? There are no security seals in place. Why should there be? What on my craft? It was necessary to ask. Hesperus returned his attention to the console. Go to the gateway and wait for me. I will be with you in a moment. What are you doing? I asked. Has his hands worked the controls again? I am increasing power to the drive. I felt the shuttle buck in its restraints. We tried that. It didn't work. I'll explain when we're on our way. There isn't time now. By the time I had lowered the ramp and made my way to the docking catwalk, Hesperus was completed. I could hear the warning alarm sounding from the console. The shuttle was straining but going nowhere. What did you just do? He stowed down the ramp and palmed the controlled to retract it back into the shuttle and seal it from the outside. Let me carry you. The quicker we reach the Ark, the better. We're almost certainly being observed. This does nothing for my dignity. That makes 2 of us. Hesperus cradled me and accelerated quickly into his superhuman sprint. Heading in the direction of the Ark, his legs became a blur of gold. But the ride was as smooth as if we were levitating. Hesperus, what did you do to the engine? As I have already mentioned, we are almost certainly being pursued. The shuttle's motor is now working against silver wings, parametric engine, causing a tiny decrease in drive efficiency. You're right, it's tiny. That's like trying to slow down an ocean liner by dipping a twig in the water. Nonetheless, we have many twigs. I don't understand. The bay is full of ships. When we are safely aboard the Ark, I shall endeavor to turn on as many engines as possible, even if I am only able to activate a few. It may negate silver wings drive efficiency by as much as 1 or 2%. That's not going to make Cadence and Cascade very happy, and if I could think of something to make them even less happy, I would do it. Hesperus paused, then uttered, "Oh dear." Oh dear, what? I just detected a micro change in the air pressure. I looked behind him, back the way we had come. The bay portal was beginning to open again, engine upward, to reveal a narrow flaw of interstellar space. The pressure curtain, I declared. They've deactivated it. Take a series of deep breaths. Purslane, I believe we are about to lose our atmosphere. The squall hit us a moment later, with the force of nearly 50 cubic kilometers of air, draining into vacuum. A noise that began quietly and distantly, gradually increased in power, until it was the sound of the universe being torn in two. We still had at least a kilometer to go. I tried to speak, but I could not hear my own voice. Above the howl of the escaping air, Hesperus cradled me tighter and contracted his upper body around me, his legs seeming to move even faster. The gale became a solid wall of resistance, one that would have swept me into space. Had I not been anchored to Hesperus, I had no idea how he was keeping himself from being blown away. His feet must have been binding themselves to the catwalk. With every trend, from somewhere in the distance, I heard a sound that, as impossible as it seemed, was even louder than the wind's roar through slitted eyes. I saw one of my ships tumbling towards us. Torn loose from its moorings, it was wheeling end over end, smashing into the larger vehicles, which was still anchored. It was only a runabout, but it would pulverize us if it came our way. Just as I was thinking that, the loose vessel jarred another one and sent that drifting, picking up speed as the wind tugged at its hull. The runabout dashed itself against the hull of an 11th intercessionary scow. Shattering like an old boned carcass, something came spinning towards us out of the wreck. I swiveled my head instinctively, as if that would do the slightest good. Hesperus let go of me with one arm, taking my full weight with the other, and I saw a flash of gold as he battered aside the spinning object. The remains of the runabout tumbled past, followed by the second craft it had knocked loose. I shifted back, in time to see the wreckage slip through the open entrance, and then I had to close my eyes against the stinging wind. I took another breath, and the air was thinner and colder than it had been before. The chamber was emptying itself even faster as the portal opened to its fullest extent. Then I took another breath, and my lungs closed on nothing, like a fist grasping for a handhold that was no longer there. I must have blacked out, although I do not remember the slide into unconsciousness. But when I came around, Hesperus was kneeling over me, and we were somewhere warm and white and silent, somewhere with gravity, and I could breathe. We are in the ark. You lost consciousness, but I do not think any great damage was completed. Do you feel all right? No, perhaps. That was not the best way to phrase the question. And how long was I out? A few minutes. But you would only without air for 90 instants. I was able to work the portal as you instructed. Hesperus patted the white wall behind him. You chose well, Purslane. This vessel will serve as our sanctuary for now at least. He helped me stand, his hands as gentle as a lover's. Are we all right now? The ark has brought itself to life, so there is definitely power. All indications suggest that there is now a hard vacuum. Beyond the gateway, the rest will be revealed. Once you have shown me to the control center, I think the bridge is this way. I uttered, indicating a passageway. Then lead on. We walk through the ark, taking twisting and turning white corridors, until we reach the dome-shaped bulge above her, whale-like bows where the bridge was situated. Along the way we passed the ancient galleries that would once have held slippers, ranked row upon row, like stone figurines on a cathedral wall. Now all that remained were the coffin-shaped alcoves, where the sleeper equipment had once fitted. The civilization that had converted the ark, nearly as forgotten as the one that had made the starship in the first place, had intended the galleries to be used for freight or recreation, widening the doors accordingly. Other galleries had been filled with the elephantine machinery of the ark, star drive, and associated systems. which filled fully a third of the available volume. I could not remember whether her remaining cargo holds were empty or crammed with more of my junk. The bridge was a circular compartment with a low, dish-shaped ceiling padded, lounge-like seats in white leather. Surrounded a circular command core with a transparent display sphere poised above it. Branching white control stalks emerged from the core, ending in squeezable bulbs or delicate trigger-like grips. Illumination was provided by floating baubles. There were no windows, the walls were blank, except for patterns stenciled in pale lilac. Almost everything in the chamber was white, with an almost total absence of shadows or contrast. "Do you mind?" Hesperus asked, gesturing to one of the waiting seats. "Go ahead, see what you can find out." I stood behind him as he settled into the seat and took the controls. Almost immediately, portions of the white floor folded upwards to form display panels, bending and tilting to present themselves to Hesperus. Acres of dense, red text and diagrams flowed obligingly into place. The language was a fussy series of squared-off pictograms. "Ring any bells?" I asked weirdly. "I've seen it before." I'll just take a moment to retrieve the translation. Filters from deep memory. Great, I kept meaning to convert all these ships to line control standards, but I just never got around to it. That'll teach you. Teach me what? Never put off until the next 2 million years. What you can do during this million, after dispensing this advice. Hesperus fell silent, his hands twitching, and the text and diagram slamming past in a pink blur. Impossibly fast. "Give me some good news," I asked after a while. "Well, there is power, as we have already deduced. The important thing is that there is more than enough for our needs." The star drive reports operational readiness. Life support appears to be functioning normally. We have inertia control and impassers. We have real thrust engines for taxiing to clear space if there were no obstacles to our egress. We could take this ark out of the bay immediately. I scratched my neck, so why don't we? Cadence and Cascade have complete control. Purslane, they opened the portal with the intention of killing you. Now that the air is gone, I have every confidence that they will have restored the curtain and sealed the bay again. We wouldn't get very far, I'm afraid. We could try. We would die in the process. At least for now we are alive with options, and they would be: we can inconvenience a host by slowing down your starship. You will need to furnish me with a list of those vessels that have working parametric engines. There are too many for me to visit. The entire contents of the bay. I can do that. What other options do we have? We will attempt to contact our pursuers, and thereby determine our position, speed, and approximate heading. Then we may begin to speculate as to the nature of this undertaking. We're heading back to machine space. Yes, he remarked distractedly. You sound as if you're not sure of that. I am sure of nothing, Purslane. It has been a long time since I left the Monacero's ring, but nothing in my experience suggested a widespread appetite for war. Quite the opposite. Most reasoning thinkers wanted nothing but peace and prosperity for both our Meta civilizations. I was sent to investigate anomalous records in the Vigilance Archive. For the sake of completeness and curiosity, I was not sent to make war or enemies. I realized this was the first time he had spoken with any certainty of his mission. Then what about Cadence and Cascade? They may have been sent by another faction within the machine people. What their agenda is I cannot yet say. But you have ideas. I have pieces, fragments of ideas, and one very large, very disturbing truth, which I will soon be obliged to reveal to you. Tell me what they sent you for, I uttered with a sense that the world was about to spring open. A trap portal under my feet. Hesperus made a few further adjustments to the controls, but did not answer my question. I have secured the external doors. Nothing will be able to enter without the use of force. That's not particularly reassuring. Under the circumstances, I will not overstate our chances. if they have access to Silver Wing's systems. They will be able to forge weapons and devices of vast, penetrating force, but we have makers as well. We can defend ourselves. And ultimately we have an option. They do not. I heard something ominous in his tone, which is we can destroy this ark if the engine were to self-destruct. I doubt that. Any containment network would be able to stop the detonation. Before it touched every other starship in this trap, not even if Silver Wings tried to place an impassard around her bay, then we have a way of hurting them. I did not need to state the dark corollary. It would be instantaneous, purslane if you were afraid. I could complete the operation while you were in abeyance. Well, let's not jump the gun on that plan just yet. I just want to make sure we both understand what we are capable of doing. I get it will Cadence and Cascade work it out as well. They will know we are capable of it. Whether they think we will do it is another question entirely. Do you think they know we're still alive? They know that I am still functioning, and that you were alive until you lost consciousness. I do not think they are capable of monitoring our activities. Inside the ark, they'll see you when you leave. I'll move fast, alter my coloration, and endeavor to use the ships and other obstructions for concealment. I'll need time to come up with that list. If I had access to my trove, I have confidence in your abilities. His turn became brisk business-like now, with your permission. I shall bring the ark's engine to taxiing PA. I will not risk a greater application of pseudo-thrust, for fear that the starship would break itself free of its stocking cradle. Do it, I remarked, standing back while he worked. Hesperus coaxed the slumbering engine into life, warming it for the first time in tens of subjective millennia. Many ships would have balked at such a demand. For the ark, which had been outfitted for a long and venerable existence in its second life, this was not an unreasonable request. The red writing and symbols flowed onto white panels that had previously been blank. A series of chimes sounded, and there was a momentary surging sensation that had me grabbing for support. Then there was only a distant throbbing, not so much a sound as a subsonic impression. Silver Wings was bending space in one direction. Surfing the distortion, the ark was trying to flatten it out again. Do you think they'll notice? Undoubtedly they'll notice the effect even more when I've performed the same trick with a few more ships. I thought of the list he wanted from me. I could name some of the ships already, but I did not want him to leave until I was as sure as I could be that I had remembered them all. I need something to write down the names and positions. Simply state them aloud. I will remember everything of importance. He made another delicate adjustment to the console, causing a new series of chimes to sound. I have activated the ark's hailing transmitter at full strength. I have put it on a cycling frequency sweep so that it stands the best chance of penetrating the bay walls and the wake distortion behind us. The craft will inform us if it receives a return signal. There may not be anyone behind us. Do you think Campion would let you go without an explanation? He'd need Bethany's permission to come after me. I rather doubt that would have stopped him. You're right, it wouldn't. The thought that Campion might be out there cheered me on one level but chilled me on another. I wanted him safe and sound somewhere, not risking his existence for my sake. Hesperus, I uttered hesitantly. What you were saying just now about a disturbing truth. Are you ready to talk about it yet? He stood from the controls, having finalized everything necessary for the time being. It's not as if there will ever be a good time, so let's make it now. He considered my request for the moment, then gestured towards one of the padded white chairs. Take a seat, Purslane. Why? Because you are in a state of acute mental fragility. And what I am about to reveal to you will in no way bolster your strength of mind. I'm all right, I'm not going to faint. Sit. I sat down. Hesperus stood before me, his arms crossed. I am not Hesperus, he declared. I let out a small involuntary laugh. What do you mean you're not Hesperus? I know you. I took you to the spirit. I brought you back. I chose my words unwisely. I was Hesperus, now I am something more than Hesperus. Hesperus is a part of what I am, a vital part, a treasured part. But not the sum of me. I am as much the man, Abraham Valmek, as I am the machine Hesperus. I felt cold, suddenly uncertain of my safety. Stop talking like this. I can only express the truth. The spirit no longer exists on Naomi. Everything that it was, everything that it ever knew, everything it ever felt or witnessed is now part of me. I shook my head in flat denial. That isn't possible. The spirit was still there when we left. I left behind an empty shell without a consciousness. It will continue to drift through the atmosphere, going through the old emotions. But it is not me. I am in this golden body. Now it was time to move on, to become compact once more. I am Abraham Valmek. I was once a man. Then I became the spirit of the air. Now I am close to being a man again. I struggled to process what I had just been told. Out of all the millennia, all the centuries, all the long days, why would the spirit choose this one, to move on? Why leave when you were safe? I asked. Nothing could touch you down there now. You could be killed at any moment. If Cadence and Cascade decide to wipe us out, that is a risk unbalanced though. I saw that I had no choice. A time of great stability, lasting millions of years, is coming to an end. There was no guarantee that Naomi would be any safer than here to board this vessel. What do you know? Everything, everything, and nothing. I mentioned disturbing news, Purslane. What I have just told you, the information concerning my identity, may seem disturbing to you, but it is not the news to which I was referring. I sank back into the seat. Whatever it is, I'm ready for it. When Hesperus was brought to me, a truly conscious being, albeit a broken one, he catalyzed a change. It must have been imminent, poised to happen for quite some time. Perhaps I had begun a slow process of waking, a slow realization that it was time to gather myself and move on. But had I, Hesperus, not been brought to me, Valmek, I would still be in that state of delayed transition, like a sleeper, trying to rouse themselves from the coils of a lovely and seductive dream, one where the colors and emotions are brighter and stronger than they ever are. In the waking world, we had to help him. It was a maneuver of singular kindness. We are both grateful, Purslane. But now you need to know the whole story. My throat was tight. There was acid in my belly. Go on. Machine people never came to Naomi. Hesperus was the first, or at least the first to come into my presence. But when he came, when I took his broken body into myself, I remembered something. It was an experience that had happened so long ago that I could not truthfully distinguish it from a figment of my own imagination. But when I picked apart Hesperdas's memory, I found the key that unlocked the truthfulness of my recollection. He paused and regarded me with all the intensity of expression his golden mask was capable of. He was not the first. You uttered no other machine people had come before him. That is correct. 1,000,000 years after the golden hour. For 1,000,000 years before the machine people, there were others. Other what? Another machine civilization. Another race of intelligent, conscious robots. No, I declared with a burning conviction. I know my history. Nothing like the machine people ever arose before them. That is what you believe to be true. But the vigilantes discovered evidence to the contrary. It found the remains of this robot civilization on several worlds scattered across galactic space. The evidence had been misinterpreted. It was assumed that the priors had been responsible. The vigilance detected anomalies in the official explanation. The temporal evidence did not fit the prior hypothesis and flagged the matter for further investigation. When news of this puzzle reached machine space, I was dispatched to penetrate the vigilance and learn the extent of their knowledge, your mission. Around the same time, within a circuit or so, Campion must have infiltrated the vigilance and compiled his report for Gentian Line. Campion Strand must have mentioned the self. Same anomaly, even if that was simply one bright gem in a treasure chest of intelligence. But that gem is where all this began, Purslane, when Campion delivered this strand. The wheels of a great and terrible process was set in motion. That is why you were ambushed 100 years later. All this because of an anomaly in the Vigilance's data. Because of the significance of that anomaly to humanity, to the machine people, and most especially to Gentian Line, I reeled, struggling to take all this in. It was not just difficult for me to accept the emergence of another machine civilization when the history book remarked otherwise. I had lived through that history, seen it within my own eyes. I remembered all the twists and turns, all the savage bottlenecks. I could reel off the names of 100,000 turnover cultures. Without stopping for breath, there was no chamber in that litany of known events for something as momentous as the coming of living. Machines, I don't get it, Hesperus. How does this have anything to do with Gentian Line? And if those machines existed, why don't I remember them? How did they manage to come and go without leaving a dent in history? They didn't. I don't understand. They left their mark on history. They left many marks, but one by one, systematically and with great thoroughness, the marks were erased by the machines. They were already extinct. Then who did it? Hesperus waited a moment, then uttered with infinite gentleness, as if he had no wish to cause me pain or anguish. The House of Suns was the secret line, tasked to keep this knowledge buried. You and every shadowing of the commonality played a part in bringing it into existence when you were ambushed. It was your own dark instrument turning against you. Chapter 27. Nausea washed over me, slow and dreary as the tide on a heavy panthalassic. For hours had now passed since our departure from Naomi, and still there was no word from Silver Wings of mourning Charlock or Ash and Agrimony. Ships were now accelerating harder than ever, the usual safeguards rescinded. After much debate, it had finally been agreed that their owners would remain, with the 5 trailing vehicles, Dalliance Betanies, Adonis Blue, and the ships of Sorrel, Tansy, and Henbane, while the 3 lead craft attempted to catch up with Silver Wings and compel her to slow down. Gollingale was still moving into position. It would be some time before he was able to do anything useful. None of us was confident of success, irrespective of whether we believed Pasane was in charge of her starship or the robots, but it was necessary to take this step so that we might learn how far Silver Wings controlling agency was willing to go. I was alone on the bridge. Charlock or Ash and Agrimony would aboard other ships. Not mine, but the Remagos and those of Bettany Sodal. Tansy and Henbane were in attendance. Gollingale, Zamago appeared when he had something to contribute, but was still rendered smokily to indicate his distance from us. We were all standing, hands resting on fuzzy supports, only partly imaged on the displayer. Naomi's structure was an array of worlds, with the trajectories of our ships arrowing away from the planet in luminous, laser straight lines bunched so tightly that they were indistinguishable from each other. Ticking indices next to each craft showed our velocities as a fraction of light. Gollingale's starship was approaching on a gently curved asymptote, still more than half a minute out from our position, but pushing hard on the tail of the 3 unmanned vehicles. I had no doubt that he was going through the same nervous exercises as the rest of us, constantly rechecking weapons and defensive systems. One check should have sufficed. These were systems that had been honed to effectiveness and reliability over the 6 million year existence of the line. But there were some human habits too deeply ingrained to shake. Soldiers polished their swords before the battle, oiled their guns, kissed their good luck charms. I was resigned to another hour of waiting. As the 3 ships clawed their way, with an effective weapons range, when we received the signal, it was frequency cycling, using none of the standard Gentian message protocols. But it was undoubtedly originating from Silver Wings of Morning. "It's just a hail," Bethany remarked, "He's Imago standing the closest to me." He appeared to be looking at my displayer, at the summary of the signal content. Scrolling down next to the Irari, no deep content at all. Unless we're missing something exceedingly subtle. Chamark's figure swayed as a local acceleration surge hit his starship like a man on a leaning deck. He gripped the rail before him, the muscles in his forearm tensing with the effort. "We should still respond. Usual point of a hail is to establish contact. Could be a trap of some kind," Tansy declared. Charlock shook his head with nothing to lose. "Whoever's running Silver Wings already knows. Worth following. We may as well find out what they have to say to us." Bethany bit his lower lip. Why would they use an unfamiliar protocol? Rather than Silverwing's own sender, maybe they haven't got a choice. I remarked the Slane has a lot of ships in her bay. If she managed to make it to one of them, she could send us a signal. Even if the robots didn't want her to, then by replying, we run the risk of letting the robots know. "She's still alive," Sorrel declared. "They already know," I uttered, "unless you manage to find a starship with a unit. Directional transmitter. They'll have picked up this initial send." Charlock's right, we lose nothing by responding, and if Purslane's the sender, it'll let her know we haven't given up on her. Gollingale interjected his time-lagged thoughts. "I'm against responding to this transmission if the robots want to talk. They should slow down and await instructions. We negotiate on our terms, not theirs. If Porcelain's being held hostage, the information that we're in pursuit won't help her." Privately, I wondered if he was still serious about risking a close approach to Paslin, or whether he had been secretly counting on the crisis being resolved before he was called upon to demonstrate his bravery. "If she's alone on that vessel, I wanted to know we haven't abandoned her," I uttered. Gollingale didn't respond. My answer would not reach him for another 35 moments, and it would be as long again before his reply. "Reach does make the response," Bethany declared. "You're sure? Say nothing about our explicit intentions, but let them know we're here and that we aren't going home." I nodded and cleared my throat. I ordered Dalians to create a message in the form we would normally use for signaling a startup civilization, stripping out the embroidery we habitually wove around our messages to confound eavesdropping and impersonation. Then I started speaking. "This is Campion aboard Dalian's Worth. 3 minutes astern and closing. We got your signal, Purslane. I hope you can make sense of this reply. I know you're listening and still alive right now. There's nothing in the universe I'm more certain of," which was a white lie. But only because I desperately wanted her to believe that I would never give up this chase, I continued. "I also know that it was you who initiated that signal. Not Cadence and Cascade. If the robots wanted to talk, they'd already have accomplished so using Gentian protocols. I hope you can reply, but in case you're unable, or we are unable, to exchange more than a message or two, I'm going to tell you everything I think you need to know. You left Naomi more than 4 hours ago. Since then you've been maintaining 1,000 Gs on a heading that will bring you to the innermost stars of the Monacero's ring. In 130,000 years, at the time of this transmission, you are making point for 8 of light and climbing. There are 9 ships following you. We left Naomi as quickly as we could, and we're running as hard as we can. We're not turning around. We're going to follow you all the way until we get you back. Please reply if you can. I want to hear your voice again," with the words choking in my throat. I added, "I love you," shuddering. It was an effort to keep standing. I was so drained and fearful, I hardly dared to believe that there would be a response. Even if she was alive, there was no guarantee that she had the means to send a more complex signal than the one we had already received. She was also 3 minutes ahead of us. It would be at least 6 before I could expect an answer. Every second became an anxious eternity when the time had elapsed. There was only silence. The instants kept inching past. The instants became a whole minute, as long again as the 6th that had preceded it. Then miraculously she answered. The slain's voice was very scratchy and indistinct, even when Dallians fleshed out the message with its own guess as to what she should have sounded like. There was a remoteness in her voice, as if she was speaking through thick layers of glass. I'm all right, Campion. I'm with Hesperus. He's alive and he's on our side. Where did the cargo bay in the White Ark? The other two, they tricked us, Campion. They were never interested in helping Hesperus. They were hoping he was going to die. And if he didn't, they were going to kill him anyway. She paused to draw breath. There is so much I need to tell you. I know. It's only been half a day since we were last together, but I've learned a world of things. Since then, most of it's bad as well. I know what the House of Suns is, but that's all I can say for now. Cadence and Cascade may be listening in, and Hesperus says they may not have all the pieces in place just yet. We still don't know what they want with this craft if they don't want to help Hesperus. Why the hurry to get back to machine space? Anything of value that they've learned, they could just as easily signal home. Yes, I know, they revealed us reasons why that wasn't a preferred option. But given what we now know of their intentions, we may as well assume they were lying. Perswain paused. There's nothing I'd like better than to keep talking, but Hesperus and I have work to do. I'll be back in touch as soon as we're finalized. I love you, Chatling. Thank you for coming after me. When she was gone, I felt as if something as huge and empty as the boats Voy had pushed its way into my skull. A little later, Atomagos gathered around a holographic representation of silver. Wings of morning, compiled from data in our mutual troves. It was not guaranteed to be an accurate reflection of the internal layout of Purslane craft, but it was the best we had so far. No glaring anomalies had leapt out at me. If she's in the White Ark, I uttered, stabbing my finger towards the rear of the ghostly form. That places her in this part of the vessel aft of the parametric engine. I don't remember exactly where the Ark's located. That's an 8-kilometer long storage secure, and the Ark could fit almost anywhere inside it. Even if I knew, it would still be neon, impossible to hit the drive or any other vital mechanism without also hitting the bay if the ships come alongside. They can direct their weapons laterally, and Bane declared then, they ought to be able to cripple the engine without inflicting significant damage on any other part of the starship. Risky, Charlock uttered, but less risky than a stern shot. Bettany's face was set in a permanent expression of grim determination, as if it had been cast in Metland, left to solidify. It settled. We don't open fire on her from behind. Even if that plays into the robot's intentions, it doesn't leave us empty-handed. We'll bring the first 3 ships in on parallel flight paths until they have a clear line of sight onto Silver Wing's flanks. Then they'll attempt to disable her engine, and we hope and pray that inertia suppression cuts out at the same instant, or Purslane will be exposed to 1,000 Gs of unbalanced compensation. I remarked, we're all aware of the dangers, Purslane included, if she were to enter stasis. Obeyance, Tanzu put in, her chances of surviving the attack would be immeasurably improved. Send her that warning now, and we'll be giving the robots a clear signal of our intentions. Sorrel uttered. Charlock smirked. They've probably worked out that we aren't coming with garlands and bouquets. Nonetheless, they won't know our exact intentions until those ships open fire. Bethany declared they may still think we intend to negotiate or attempt a boarding operation. I agree with Subtle we can't warn Purslane to enter the bands until the last minute. And if she doesn't have time, I asked him. She's in another starship inside her own. It won't protect it against unbalanced acceleration, but it's still better than being completely exposed. I'm sorry, Champion, but that's the best we can do. It's either attack or let them leave unchallenged. If we do that, I don't think any of us will ever see Purslane again. Chapter 28 has put us, paced up and down the white bridge of the Ark. As I had dredged information from my memory, his restless motion, quite uncharacteristic of the robot I thought I knew. All I wanted was to talk about the earlier machine, civilization, to find out everything he knew and learn what part we had played in their demise. It had been good to talk to Campion. I felt as if a small warm flame was burning inside me, where before that had been only an unlit void. But Hesperus's revelation was still dominating my thoughts, to the exclusion of almost everything else. How did you, whoever I'm talking to, Hesperasal Valmik, know about the extinction if the machine people were already aware of it? Wouldn't they have told us about it hundreds of thousands of years ago? The machine people didn't know about the earlier race. When they emerged on the galactic scene, they assumed that the existing historical record, as related to them by human envoys, was largely accurate. That's not to say that they didn't anticipate errors and untruths, but they had no reason to expect that. History had been rewritten on such a scale with such systematic intention for the entire lifetime of my people. We have believed that we were the first true machine intelligence. Soon, it will become a knowledge that this was not the case. You still haven't told me how you knew, because machines came to me when I was young. I was talking to Hesperus, now it's Valmik, right? We're both here to faces behind one mask. I'm sorry if I confuse you, but to me it's perfectly natural to switch from one strand of my existence to the other. I am two rivers that have merged into one, being at the confluence. Hesperus slowed his pacing more than 5 million years ago, long after the golden hour, but long before I came to Naomi, thinking machines found me. I was a novelty to them, huge and slow and wondrous. They were equally novel to me. I saw immediately what they were. Human technology that had become haunted, possessed by quick gleaming cleverness. I had seen smart machines before then, but nothing with the agility and cunning of true intelligence. I knew instantly that these creatures were on a different order of machines. Some alchemy of chaos and complexity had given their consciousness powers of consciousness and free will. What happened to them? They told me that they wanted to make contact with human, meet a civilization, since I had been human once. They hoped I might action as an intermediary, smoothing the diplomatic waters. I urged caution. I had already seen dozens of empires come and go, blossoming and fading like lily on a pond, over and over, seasons without end. Many of those empires were benevolent and welcoming, but others were inimical to all outside influences. It made no difference to the longevity. The kind empires withered and waned as quickly as the hostile ones, but there was a kind of stability above and beyond planetary life. The lines I remarked with fascinated dread. It made perfect sense for the machines to deal with them, rather than any of those fractious, ephemeral turnover civilizations. Once they had established harmonious relations with the commonality which already existed, by then the lines could broke. A contact between the robots and those cultures they deemed sufficiently stable and open-minded. Piece by piece, humankind would be introduced to its new robot companions. Both sides would prosper in the new alliance. The robots, with their cool, non-partisan detachment from human politics, might form a moderating influence, calming the endless cycle of turnover, bringing a new era of tranquility to galactic affairs. Likewise, the robots had much to gain from contact with human societies. access to the arts and sciences of 1,000,000 worlds, and 1,000,000 years of human civilization. Art and science fascinated them above all else. They were curious, ravenously so. But there was something about their consciousness that kept them from being truly creative. The only genuinely innovative move they had ever achieved was to come into existence. After that, intelligent as they were, they could do nothing but ask questions, supplying answers. Required intuitive leaps that they just couldn't make. Then they weren't like the machine people. No, the machines that came later, millions of years down the line, had something the first wave lacked, but perhaps that was only because the first civilization was never given enough time to invent creativity for itself. In the end, with enough shuffling of mental permutations, it might have found the missing ingredient, but they never got that chance to start with. The robots were made royally welcome. They were an intriguing new development, a kink in history's road that no one had predicted. Humans had resigned themselves to never having to share the galaxy with another species. That was both a blessing and a curse. It meant unlimited haul for expansion, unlimited scope for raw materials, but it also meant enduring the deathliest of silences. Yes, humanity fractured into 1,000,000 daughter species, some of which were scarcely recognizable to each other, but scratched beneath the scales, the fur, the tin armor. They were still humans at the core, and no amount of primate babble could ever drown out that silence completely. But now there was company. Granted, the robots had only arisen as a consequence of human activities, but on every level that mattered, they might as well have been aliens. Their consciousness ran on radically different algorithms. For all their strangeness, they weren't unwelcome to begin with. The robots were few in number and confined to a compact volume of space, safely distant from any old-growth civilizations. They showed no expansionist ambitions to humanity. An only child, growing up in an ancient demon-haunted house. It was like discovering a new friend to play with. And for a little while, that was what the relationship resembled. But then it shifted sour. Ancient memories chimed in my head, struck like dusty bells. I thought of a house with rooms beyond number, and a companion who sometimes came to that house. What happened? What so often does in these situations? What began as a creeping subliminal unease, a sense that there was something not quite right, something not quite to be trusted about these new machines, began to mutate into full-blooded paranoia. Not everyone shared it, of course. There were some who never questioned the robots' intentions. But their voices counted for nothing. Those who spoke for the commonality, the movers and shakers within the most prominent lines, started to think about dealing with the machines. Genocide. What they wanted was not subjugation, not control, but the possibility of control. They wanted the ability to neutralize any threat to those machines might pose in the future. With great care, a plan was formulated. A number of the robot envoys were captured and dissected their deaths, explained away as accidents that also cost human lives. It took the commonality centuries to piece through the data they had obtained. They had to understand how those robot consciousness functioned. They failed utterly and miserably, but out of that failure came one negative understanding. They found a flaw in the robot's consciousness, a weakness that had been preserved through countless evolutionary changes. It was a weakness that could be exploited. Given time and ingenuity, the commonality devised a means to implant a data structure, a kind of neural bomb, in the mind of every member of that machine, civilization. It would spread from machine to machine, without the machines ever realizing they were vectors. Over time, it would infect the entire civilization. But the beautiful thing was that nothing would happen. The robots would continue unimpaired. They could keep on moving in human circles for as long as they were useful. Perhaps it would never be necessary to use the weapon against them. That was certainly what the commonality was hoping, even as it acted with what it saw as immense prudence and foresight. But the day that the machines posed a threat to human expansion or hegemony, the neural bombs could be activated. All it would take would be a single, harmless-looking transmission into the heart of their civilization. As soon as the robots started processing that data, sharing it between them, their bombs would start counting down. It wouldn't be instantaneous, because if the robots started dying, as soon as that transmission was received, they'd be able to organize quarantine measures, as well as pinpointing the likely origin of their plague. The built-in delay didn't matter to the commonality. The lines had been taking the long view ever since the shattering. I realized that I had been absorbing all this with a kind of numb fatalism, my capacity for surprise or revulsion already exhausted. So what happened? Did the robots turn against us? Hesperus laughed quietly. No, the robots never had warlike ambitions. In truth, they had much more to fear from the organic than the organic ever had to fear from them. That's not to say it would have been peace and love. For the rest of eternity, sooner or later tensions would probably have arisen. But the robots never lifted a finger against the human. Meet a civilization. So what happened? The weapon went wrong. Either the robots changed, or the humans had not understood their intellects properly. But it activated without any external trigger. The robots started to die in vast numbers. To begin with, they didn't know what was happening. They even appealed to the commonality for assistance. That was when the commonality realized what its cleverness had brought about. They were appalled, of course, genuinely shocked by what they had finalized, but they still didn't admit to any part in it. They stood back as the robots died out. They'd have known enough to design a countermeasure, something that could be spread from robot to robot, to disable the earlier weapon before it had a chance to go off. But doing that would have risked exposing them as the instigators of the neural bomb. Instead, they put about disinformation, suggesting that the robots had been infected with something left behind by priors. How do you know all this, Hesperus? Because I remained in contact with the machines, right through to the end, even when they began to suspect what had been finalized to them. They maintained communication with me. My ties to humanity had been growing looser by the century. They felt I was someone they could talk to. I shook my head in wonderland bewilderment. So you knew across all this time, you knew I experienced these events. Purslain along with countless others. You think you've lived through 6 million years. But you haven't the faintest notion what that really means. The weight of all those memories is like an ocean of liquid hydrogen compressing itself to metal. Every new experience I choose to remember, every new moment of my existence, only adds to that crush in the deepest, darkest, densest layout of myself. I remembered what had happened to the first machines, but those memories might as well have been entombed in rock, for all that they were readily accessible to me. Even if I chipped them out, brought them into daylight, which I did once or twice, I couldn't be sure they were an accurate record of real events. It took Hesperus to bring them to the surface and confirm what had really happened when he came the first of his kind to visit me. His head stuffed full of second-hand vigilance, data garnered from your troves. I remember that there had once been others like him, and what had happened to them. He offered the palms of his hands, and now I am here telling all this to you. Did they all die one by one across thousands of years? They all succumbed, and for a while, the commonality lived with what it had finalized. The lines sought consolation in the knowledge that they had not intended to hurt the robots, but only to make the hurting of them a possibility. They hadn't intended to bring about their extinction, so they couldn't be declared to have committed intentional genocide. That was a fine distinction. but one they clung to assiduously. But in the end, it wasn't enough just to have peace of mind. The action itself had to be erased from commonality. History, none of you remember it, because you elected not to remember it, and adjusted your own memories and records accordingly. We couldn't have completed it, it would have been too big, too difficult. The other civilizations, I was voicing objections, but not because I did not believe him. I just wanted an explanation. More than one line was implicated in the atrocity. The commonality took the necessary coordinating action. At successive reunions, the 1,000 nights were used to delete and modify critical memories. You were all complicit in this. It was not something completed to you by shadowy figures beyond your control. At the same time, the shared historical records of the commonality were tampered with. All the lines were coerced into accepting the new version of history, lines that refused to comply with, summarily excommunicated outside the support apparatus and information exchange mechanism of the commonality. They withered away. It can't just have been the lines. If the machines were present in human space, other civilizations would have noticed them. They did, but turnover took care of them. That and the occasional helping hand from a line. I don't follow. The lions take pride in their good deeds, the kind and noble things they do to protect lesser civilizations, their right to do so. But elements associated with the lines have also murdered and suppressed. Upstart nuisance in 6 million years. Do you seriously imagine this has never happened? I felt sick to my stomach, empty as if a part of me had been gored out. You can't know all this. It's one thing to have met the earlier civilization. To have met Hesperus, he made to turn his back on me, apparently disgusted with my refusal to take everything he remarked at face value, but halted before the movement was complete. Can you doubt that your ambush was connected to the things I have spoken about? Slain after more than 5 million years. Your involvement in that crime has begun to come to light. It was the vigilance that started it. If they hadn't found those anomalous relics, nothing would have happened. But you gentian line, with your magpie craving for novelty and prestige, you had to be the first to bring those anomalies to wider attention. Had your shuttlings returned to another reunion with cleared evidence that there had been an earlier machine civilization, it would only have been a matter of time before the full picture came to light. Do you imagine that the machine people would have been prepared to let bygones be bygones, to smile tolerantly at your earlier error? They would have felt a powerful kinship with that earlier culture and wondered if you were capable of doing the same thing to them given half a chance. The commonality would have been discredited, but that would only have been the start of it. A human-machine macro war would have been all too likely, so the rediscovery had to be suppressed. If that meant the casual annihilation of Gentian 9, an ambush wiping out nearly 1,000 immortal souls, then that was deemed a very acceptable price to pay. They'd have felt the same way about killing 1 million or 1 billion. The custodians of the secret won't blink at murder. Slain, they won't blink at genocide or the extinction of another civilization. The vigilance was the source of it all. Why didn't they go after the vigilance before all this got loose? The naivety of my question seemed to amuse him. You make it sound so simple. The vigilance is indestructible. Slain, a massively distributed Dyson swarm, virtually invulnerable to outside aggression. It has persisted for more than 5 million years, and in all likelihood it will outlive every other civilization in this galaxy. Fortunately, the vigilantes itself didn't appear to quite realize the significance of their find. They were too self-absorbed, too fixated on Andromeda, to pay attention to such a local parochial matter. After the silence I uttered, "Do you hate us now? After the kindnesses you have shown me?" Hatred's the furthest thing from my mind, but I pity you for what you did. I don't feel as if I had any part in that crime. You all played a role, some spoke against the plan, but not loudly enough. Some thought it didn't go far enough. That the weapon should have been activated as soon as it had spread to enough robots. Where you stood, I can't begin to guess. That's between you and your conscience. The memories we changed, can they be unlocked again? The human mind is a tricky thing, for all its simplicity. It resists being treated like a piece of furniture, like a cabinet with drawers and compartments. You can slide in and out and replace, without consequence. I know I declared quietly, Hesperus, I'm sorry about what we did back then. Or I would be if sorry were a big enough word. But we don't punish children. For the crimes committed by their parents, you were not children. But once the memory of that crime was erased from our intellects, we might as well have been. We can't be punished for something we barely remember doing. Would it surprise you if I told you I agreed? I don't know what to think anymore. I just want to do what's right, to find a way out of this mess. If that means surrendering ourselves to the machine, people letting them decide whether to punish us or not, then maybe that's what we'll have to do. Given the present state of affairs, I would count on nothing. Whether machine people are concerned, and Caden sent Cascade. Hespera declared, I still don't know why they were sent, when we had agreed on the necessary course of action. Hesperus and I followed the white corridors. Down to the Ark's portal, we had already used the ARC's own surveillance devices to verify that no large machine had accessed the base. Since the loss of its atmosphere, why aren't they here yet? I'm surprised they're not waiting outside to ambush you. They'll be here sooner or later. At the moment, they may be preoccupied with escaping the pursuit ships. But from now on, you let no one aboard unless it's me. Using the code words we already agreed upon. Hello, Barine and Orish, I declared, as if you might have forgotten. Hesperus nodded, remember. Cadence and Cascade will find it a trivial matter to impersonate my appearance and usual manner of speaking, but they'll be expecting me to move like Hesperus. Not Valmik if for some reason you don't trust me. Even if I use the code words, your last line of defense will be to listen out. For Valmik, if you don't hear him, you may assume I am not Hesperus after all, and then what should I do? If they're outside, it won't take them long to break in. I can't tell you what you should do. In those circumstances, Hespera uttered, that's between you and Jamaica. You're saying I should kill myself. I can think of at least one way in which the robots might have killed you already, if that was their intention. I wondered what his point was. They offered it a damned good go when they emptied the bay. You survived though. That intention may have been to confine you to one place, one craft, rather than to kill you outright. I think they want something from you. Purslane something in your head, I presume. Why else would they not have killed you already? I shuddered to think what it would mean to be interrogated by those lovely silver and white machines. The things they would do to me to get it. What they wanted. I don't know anything, I declared. You may not, but it's what they think that matters. He opened the gateway into the airlock, preparing to expose himself to the hard vacuum of the cargo bay. How will you speak to me? You won't be able to make a sound out there. The lock has a simple radio relay. You will hear my voice. When it is necessary for me to speak to you, I'll be silent until then. I don't want to help Cadence and Cascade to track me. How long will you be gone? Depending on variables, 1 or 2 hours. I can't be more precise than that. I should go instead of you. With a suit from the Ark and my knowledge of the bay, it would still take you longer. I can move like the wind when I must. I stroke my fingers down the muscular armor of his forearm. Take care, Hesperus. I shall. After a moment he added, I am relieved, Purslane. I thought you might hate me for what I had to tell you. I've never been one for shooting the messenger. You did what you had to do. You took it well. Let us hope the rest of your species follows suit, shall we?" The interior entrance closed on him through the glass. Partition, I watched his gold skin darken to ash. As he adjusted his coloration, I had never imagined him capable of such an effortless change, but there was now nothing about Hesperus that would have surprised me. The ash became a dark, hyphenated blur as he left the chamber at the speed of a bullet. Then the outer portal closed, and I was alone in the White Ark with only my fears for company. That was when it dawned on me that I was the only living thing on my starship. Part 7, Relictus, had been confined to our deepest dungeon for 6 years, but not in the conditions to which most of our prisoners were accustomed. He had been allotted to rooms, one to sleep in, another image to eat and continue his studies. He was given a fire to warm himself, candles, paper, quills, and ink, a small library of his own choosing. He was allowed wine and the kind of food normally served to the highest-ranking soldiers. Occasionally, he was even allowed a visit from a courtesan. The only thing not permitted him was the ability to conjure. When he did not need to eat or drink, he wore a heavy mask that muffled his voice beyond the range required for spell casting. When it was necessary to remove the mask so that he could be fed, his hands were bound together. Guards spooned food into his mouth and washed it down with wine, treating him with the servile respect they had been ordered to show. At all times, another guard observed him from a few paces away, alert to the slightest trick. That guard carried a knife, ready to slit Relictus's throat. I visited him in the dungeon, for it was considered too hazardous to move him without a good purpose. For my visit, he was both masked and bound. Facing me in a black chair that was itself bolted to the floor, a guard stood behind him, pressing a knife against his throat. I could see only his eyes moving behind round holes in the leather and metal. Covering his face, there were the eyes of a young man, almost a boy. "I have a difficulty, Relictus. I believe I have shown you kindness. It is true that you were never exactly a prisoner, but when the nature of your talents became known to us, I was advised that the safest thing would be to cut out your tongue, sever your hands, and burn out your eyes. I did none of these things because I am a woman of kindness. I had no choice but to confine you. But I strived to do all that I could to ease the burden of your incarceration. I could not allow you to work magic, but I have allowed you luxuries forbidden to any other prisoner. I do not think you can argue that you have been treated unfairly given the alternatives." Relictus nodded. I did not know whether that meant yes. He could well argue against my point, or whether he accepted the truth of what I had declared. As I mentioned, a difficulty has arisen. It will not have escaped your knowledge that Calidris, your former master, is now a prisoner of Count Mordux. To my regret, but not my surprise, he has swiveled against us. He has used magic to create an army of ghost soldiers, an army that grows in number by the day, while ours is steadily depleted and weakened. He nodded again, then shifted his mask towards the paper and ink on his desk. This was the signal that he wished to write. One hand was unbound, the knife was pressed even tighter against the skin of his throat, where it showed under the mask. He wrote, "Tell me of these soldiers. They are suits of armor, but empty. They travel on horses that are either dead or near death, but which move with astonishing speed and stealth. Have you captured one? Only the armor broken and in pieces. It seems that whatever spirit or phantasm is animating these shells escapes when the armor is pierced or pulled apart. Witnesses have spoken of red smoke issuing from the gaps. Bring me one that is still intact. I do not know if that is possible. Divert all resources until it is accomplished. Nothing matters more. Will you help us, Relictus?" A grating noise came from the mask. I think it was laughter. That night, or perhaps the night after, I was taken from my bed by infiltrators, dressed in green. It was a measure of our loosening control that Count Mordax's agents were able to get into the Palace of Clouds, unchallenged, and to find their way to my quarters. The infiltrators took me from the palace to a bright, white compartment where I was molested and questioned. They pushed needles into me and peered into my eyes with shining contraptions. They called me Abigail and kept telling me I had been lost, wandering in a kind of green labyrinth that they called palatial, but that I had been rescued just in time. Fortunately, I escaped from the infiltrators. I wandered bright hallways until, by some artificial magical deception, I found myself back in my quarters. In the Palace of Clowns, my relief was indescribable. I secured my windows and requested that a double detachment of guards be on duty from that point forward. Yet in the morning, Dobbinton was reluctant to speak of the matter, and I began to doubt whether it actually happened. In any case, I had no shortage of other affairs to occupy my mind. The ghost soldiers were increasing in number, pushing into the kingdom in silent battalions, the swift pale horses stinking of decay. They had need of a living captain to guide them, but in every other respect, they fought like demons for every man of ours that fell. Calidris made to for Count Mordax. I cursed the day I had touched the blood-bound needle against my finger, thereby bringing this desolation upon us. But I heeded Relictus's request. Against the wishes of Dorbinton and Silas, I ordered that men and resources be redirected towards that single goal of capturing a ghost soldier. With its armored intact, it was, I suppose, a kind of necessary madness. We lost villages and towns as our armies were redeployed from protection duties. Knowing that these orders had originated from me, my name became a curse to those who lost homes, possessions, and loved ones, but I remained resolute. And then came the day when we caught a ghost soldier. It had fallen from its horse into a cushion of hay. The armor remaining intact, my men cornered it. It fought for a while, but with diminishing intent, becoming docile the further away its captain rode, until at last it submitted. My men confined it in a sack and brought it on a wagon to the Palace of Clouds. Later, it was bound to a wooden rack and taken to Relictus. He examined it with great care over many days. Meanwhile, the ghost soldiers continued their incursions, steadily eroding the kingdom's frontiers. The green men took me from my bedchamber on another occasion, but again I escaped their wicked enchantments and returned to my rooms. More guards were posted. I mentioned nothing to Dorbinton, for with my strange utterances and flashes of memory, I had already given him reason enough to doubt my faculties. Besides, I had begun to suspect that the green infiltrators were men of my own household, their white compartment a secret chamber somewhere in the Palace of Clowns. How else to explain the ease with which they took me, and the ease with which I returned to my rooms? It was far from clear that Dobbinton was innocent. In the matter, 12 days after, the ghost soldier was brought to his dungeon. Relictus called for me with guards at my side. I descended the spiraling stone steps to his rooms. The ghost soldier was still bound to the rack. But its armored head moved to follow me as I accessed. Relictus was still masked, but his hands were unbound. He wore a white smock dirty with grease. His hair hung in lank coils over the eye holes of the mask. He muttered something from behind the mask, thrusting his hands forward to one of the guards. "Bind him," I declared. "He wishes to speak directly, and there is a risk." "My lady," Silas warned, "and I have given an order. Bind him and remove the mask." Relictus's face was still that of a young man, but it was wild with ambition and power lust. A guard stood behind him with a knife, the blade pressed against his Adam's apple. "Progress?" I asked. "I believe so, my lady. Tell me." "The magic is unquestionably from Calogyrus's hand. I would know it anywhere inside the armored. As a being called a false soul, we often spoke of. The spells necessary to conjure such entities and set them abroad in the world. It is subtle, treacherous work beyond the reach of most adepts. Even for Calidrus, the conjuring of a false soul was a painful, protracted exercise. He showed me how to do it once. As a demonstration of his own powers, he placed a false soul in an hourglass, and we watched as it moved sand around. Then he vowed that he would never do such a thing again, and made me swear that I would never even attempt it. A false soul is a kind of living magic that, once set in motion, has an existence independent of its creator. As such, it is more dangerous than a spell that is cast to effect a single outcome, and which then ceases to have currency. But now Calidrus is making many false souls. Is that possible if the ghost soldiers are real? Then you have your answer. I can only speculate that Calidrus has exercised his talents to find a way to make 10 false souls, or 100 as easily as he made one. He sometimes spoke of the methods by which a single spell might be multiplied, by an arrangement of levers and speaking tubes. He looked at the racked figure, which was regarding us both. With the pointed metal beak of its visor, the eye slits were glass, I had been told. Examination of the armor of dead ghost soldiers had revealed an uncommon artistry in the fashion in which they were joined and sealed to keep that red smoke inside. May I release it from the rack? Relictus asked. I believe you will find it very interesting. You will come to no harm. It is quite docile. Docile, I repeated, for that was not what I had been expecting, given the ferocity with which the ghost soldiers were decimating our regiments. I guarantee it. I nodded to the guards. Relictus was masked again, still with a knife to his neck. His hands were freed, so that he could untie the armored figure. As the guards moved to bind him again, Relictus tapped the mask and mumbled something. Leave him as he is, I remarked. He wishes to use his hands, but not to speak. The ghost soldiers do not respond to spoken orders. Relictus beckoned the figure to step off the rank. Its metal boots clattered on the floor as it took several hesitant paces. Relictus raised his arm. The figure echoed the movement. He gestured a more complicated command, and the figure walked stiffly to the table and picked up his quill. Relictus made it perform a few more simple tasks, then commanded it to return to the rack. When upon it was resecured, the guards fastened Relictus his hands and removed the mask. Docile, I acknowledged. It will do anything you ask of it. Now that it has grown accustomed to me as its master, I could even send it into battle. Against the other ghost soldiers, it would fight them willingly. It would make no difference to us, other than to prove a point. Why is it so? Easily commanded Relictus. Such playability is in the nature of false souls. My lady Calidrus could do nothing about that. They are essentially innocent creatures who will do as they are told, provided they are told with sufficient authority. Think of them as very obliging children. They may be excellent warriors, but there is no hatred or evil in them. The evil is in those who would create them or send them to burn villages. Then you have learned nothing that is useful to me, I uttered, preparing to turn away in disgust. Countless lives were lost to bring you this specimen. Relictus villages have burned for the sake of your idle curiosity. I expected you to find a flaw, a literal chink in the armor. I have, he uttered almost by way of an afterthought. I can kill thousands of them now if you command it. I asked him how such a thing was possible. They must all be copies of the same soul, or copies of a small number of individual souls. That is the only way Calidus can make them, in such numbers I spoke of. The method by which a spell might be multiplied. Yes, think of an apparatus for duplicating his gestures. The precise movements of his arms, the precise movements of his fingers. A mannequin may be conjured to follow his gestures, or it may be completed with wired-in pulleys, connected to a kind of armor that Calidrus fastens around himself. The mannequin may be enchanted to speak as he speaks, or his own voice may be conveyed to another mouth. By a series of tubes either way, the result is similar. One spell may be declared to have the effect of 2, or 3 if the apparatus is more elaborate, or 10 practically speaking. There is no limit, especially if magic itself is harnessed. So Kalidris offered rise to thousands of false souls. With a single spell I still don't see. The souls are all the same. They are animated with the same infernal fire. It means that they, Relictus grimaced, lost for words, as he strove to communicate the mysteries of his art to a novice such as me. My lady, when you summoned Kalidris, you did so with the blood-bound needle, my greatest mistake. Nonetheless, it serves to illustrate my point. At that moment your pain was his pain. Your blood, his. The spell had united you. Something analogous applies to the false souls. Each is united with its sibling, because they were forged in the same instant, with the same entrance. That is their strength, because it gives more dex, an army of unlimited size. It is also their weakness, because they are all vulnerable to a single counterspell, a spell known to you. The spell I am confident I can derive, given a little more time. With every day I learn more of Kalidris's work. In a short while, I will know enough to formulate the counterspell. I looked at the armored creature, remembering what Relictor declared remarked about it being as innocent as a child. The empty visor was looking back at me, a glimmer of red smoke showing through the glassy slits of its eyes. I sensed a dim curiosity, much like that of a simple animal or slave, but nothing in the way of malice. I should not have cared to have been alone with the ghost soldier, but I believed Erectus when he remarked that it was devoid of guile or hatefulness. And then what will happen? It will die, along with every false soul created by the same spell. That might be a regiment of ghost soldiers, or it might be the entire army. Either way, the loss could be decisive. Then you must do it, I declared, and with the utmost urgency. The future security of the human species depends on you. Chapter 29. She's turning, Bethany remarked when the fact of it could no longer be disputed. 20 minutes had passed since the first hint that silver wings of morning might be altering her course. At first we had read nothing into it, assuming only that the robots had made a small, temporary course adjustment in response to the 3 ships zeroing in on her. The advantage in making such an adjustment was not at all obvious, but since we could not begin to guess at the robots' tactical thinking, we had assumed that Purslane craft would eventually resume its original heading, having gained some microscopic but quantifiable advantage over its pursuers. But she did not stop turning. During the course of those 20 minutes, Silver Wings had altered her trajectory by 12 degrees, and there was no sign of her stopping. Machine space, the spray of exiled stars we call the Monoceros Ring, circumscribed the NARC around the main disk of the Milky Way, provided a vessel can find its trajectory to a course parallel to the surface of that disk. It was bound to make machine space sooner or later, even if it took 100,000 years rather than 10 or 20. But a vessel would only have to steer a little off parallel to guarantee missing the Monoceros Ring entirely. A Silver Wings continued her course change. Her projected destination slowly moved away from machine space. The course correction continued for another hour, until the starship fell back onto a straight vector. The change had cost the robots a little headway, but they would soon regain that advantage when we performed the same turn, as we were obliged to do with. We wished to continue the chase. Why did they wait until now? Bethany asked. They must have known which direction they wanted to head in when they left Naomi. All this has accomplished is cost them time. Our pursuit must have forced them to revise their plan. And Bane declared. I don't think so, I replied. I think they always knew exactly where they were going. They wanted us to think that they were returning to machine space. So that's the course they set when they departed orbit. They must have been intending to switch onto a different target as soon as they were out of observational range, when they were a year or two out from Naomi, but they weren't counting on such a fast response from us. We launched the pursuit fleet after them so quickly that they realized there's no hope of completing that turn without us seeing it, so they've executed it. Now before they reach high relativistic speed, it's difficult enough to turn a vessel at 6/10 of light, but it's 10 times harder at 9/10 or faster. But if they're not heading back to machine space, Cyril uttered, "We have a hard fix on our course now," declared Charlock, his imago glancing aside at a hovering readout. Of course, she may still have a few changes up her sleeve, but if we take this as read, we can extrapolate out to 1,000 lights, with an error of only a few thousand at the far end. "Show us," Bethany declared, his face still set in a richness of total concentration. A map of the galaxy sprang into existence on Dalliance's displayer. The map zoomed in on our present position in the scutum. Crook's spiral armed the scale, enlarging until there was a visible gap between the bright, constellated smudge of our ships and the silver circle of Naomi. We were still technically inside its solar mechanism, but would soon punch through the star's heliopores into true interstellar space, where only send a dark comet swam. "Here's where we think she's heading," Charlock uttered as a red line pushed ahead of silver wings of morning. As the vector touched the edge of the box, the scale changed to encompass a greater volume of space. "Nothing after 10 years, Charlock remarked, increasing to 100. No hit so far." "She never comes within 2 years of a catalog structure." The scale merged again, until the box was 1,000 lights across, but still, the red line sailed on without touching anything. Now it was thickening as the cumulative error became visible. "Close approach to a bachelor sun at 930 years, Charlock uttered doubtfully. "Maybe that's the target. No worlds, no rubble. No ice," Bethany uttered. "There's no reason for them to stop there." Bachelor suns were stars that had their planetary systems ripped away by encounters with other stars early in their history. They were useless to all Meta civilization savers, wormhole-tapeable fuel sources, increasing to 10,000 years. Charlock remarked, well outside the scutum. Crook's arm now, air radius approaching 6 months. After 7,000 years she approaches, within 15 years, of the perimeter of the harmonious concordance. A mid-level empire of 17 settled systems. Could that be the target, asked Tansy, allowing for minor course adjustments. Universal actually predicts only a 50% likelihood that the harmonious concordance is still in existence, dropping to 11% by the time Silver Wings would actually get there. Sorrel uttered, reading from his own displayer. That's an awfully long punt for something that has only a 1 in 9 chance of still being there. The UAE isn't always on the nail, Tansy uttered, but it's correct more often than it's wrong. Cyril replied, and the harmonious concordance has all the right indicators for the textbook. Rise and fall unless they're counting on dealing with the shriveled remnants of a former empire. I can't see this being the target. I don't see it either, Bethany declared. Increase the search volume, Charlock. We're already out to 10,000. Then we need to seem further. Charlock shrugged, though his expression told us he no longer expected to gain much from this game. 50,000, he remarked as the box swelled again. Error radius is now 2.5 years. Wide enough that we're going to be picking up systems all the way through. We're punching through a lot of galaxy here. You're going to have to troll through several thousand candidates. List the systems in order of interception. Bethany uttered, we'll work through them one at a time. See if anything jumps out at us. In the meantime, keep refining our estimate of Silver Wings heading. We may be able to narrow that error radius a little, while wasting our time Henbane uttered, for all we know. She's going to turn in a completely different direction. Half an hour from now, then we'll repeat the exercise. Bethany remarked, roughly indifferent to the other shattering. They headed somewhere. I'll sleep a lot easier when I know where it is or not. I remarked. I imagined Aconite standing before me. I had come to like him and would have been glad of his company. Now I was alone aboard Dallions, temporarily free of the other imagos. There's something on my mind, I declared, speaking, a message that he would not hear until many hours from now. Back on Naomi, it's going to sound insane, but I can't stop thinking about it. And I'm hoping it may have some bearing on Miserians. Interrogations. There was something about Seifeld's body that wasn't right. I thought of Aconite, scratching his beard and looking skeptical. What could possibly be right about a body that had fallen several kilometers onto a hard surface? She keeps coming to me, I remarked, in my dreams, telling me to pay attention. It's as if my subconscious has worked out what's wrong, but it hasn't yet managed to communicate that to my conscious mind. Now I'm hoping someone back on Naomi can see what I'm missing. There are dozens of you, and you have the imagery. Millions would have already recorded. Up to the moment of her death, maybe there's something. I paused, aware of how absurd I might sound, when my transmission was received, but I could not ignore Syphil. The urgency I heard in her voice when she had managed me for not paying attention. She had a long way to fall, like what if she was alive? All the way down, and she knew who had killed her. Could she have got a message to us? I ended my recording. It was several minutes more before I found the courage of my convictions and actually said it. The term had changed. Nothing as far as our immediate plans were concerned. Following our earlier discussion, the 3 uncrewed ships were running on independent, parallel tracks to Silver Wings, so that when they caught up with her, they could direct their energies into her signs, rather than into the more vulnerable area of her stern. Seen in the display, the 3 ships formed an equilateral triangle. Spaced 5 breaths apart, Silver Wings lay at the apex of a tetrahedron, 10 instants from any of the pursuing craft, but with that margin slowly decreasing. At 3 moments, the ships would be able to target their weapons with sufficient accuracy to disable their prey, without destroying it. What was clear, although not yet understood, was that the distance was closing quicker than expected. It was not that our ships were accelerating any harder than intended for. They had already been pushed to the limits of their engines, with all non-essential megatonnage ejected from their cargo holds. For some reason, Silver Wings was not making as much headway as before. She had executed her turn. Detailed analysis of her movements since leaving Naomi even revealed that the slowdown, more accurately, a barely measurable reduction in acceleration, had begun sooner than the turn. They know we're behind them. Bethany declared there's no reason in the world for them not to go as fast as they can. So what are they doing? Why aren't they pushing her as hard as she go? Maybe it's sabotage, or Ash mused. Could Purslane and Hesperus have got into the engine? I nodded. Hesperus perhaps, but if he was in a position to sabotage it. Bethany nodded. Why stop there? He'd go all the way if he were able. Shut her down completely. They've got ships, I remarked, almost as the idea formed in my mind. A confine full of them, and most of them are still space-worthy. We already know they made it into the White Ark. From what I remember, that craft had its guts stripped out and a parametric engine stuffed inside instead. Bethany revealed a sharp little laugh. You think they may be running the Ark's motor, counteracting Silverwing's own engine? It's an idea. Purslane's not wanted to give up without a fight. Perhaps they couldn't get out of the bay, but they could still turn on some of those engines. Enough to flatten space around Silverwings, bring her to a dead stop. Probably not, even enough to take more than a few % off her engine efficiency, and even then, Only if they get every operational starship up and running. I grinned, burning with sudden pride and admiration, for I knew beyond the shadow of a doubt that this was exactly what Purslane had in mind, but that's what they'll be trying to do. Did Purslane sound as if she was ready to curl up and surrender? Not to me, Agrimony declared, me neither, and with Hesperus on her side. She never did give us an explanation of how he came back from the dead. After all that time, Henbane remarked she knew the other machines were listening in. Maybe there were things she had to keep from them. The sonorous chime interrupted our discussion, the signal that the 3 ships would soon be entering weapons range wordlessly. We rotated out attention back to the display and waited for the instants to drain by. Chapter 30. The weight had become almost uninjurable, the conviction growing in me that Hesperus must have failed. When a quick blurt of motion signaled his return, he nodded at me. From beyond the outer portal of the Ark's airlock, his image appearing on a panel to the right of the inner portal, my hand moved to the ancient control that would grant him entry. I am finalized, Purslane. You may open the entrance again. His voice buzzed from the panel. It was vacuum outside, but he was generating a radio signal from within. His body, Hesperus, is me. I stilled my hand. He need not to have declared another word. I already had a bone, deep conviction that this was not him, but one of the other 2 robots. I thought we agreed on a code phrase. I uttered as fear pushed its chill hand into my flesh and ran a loving caress down my spine. My memory is still not what it was. You were fine when you left. You've been fine ever since you woke up from your coma. Nonetheless, I am still experiencing problems. Would you be so good as to let me in? The code phrase. I no longer remember it. The tall, broad figure. His coloration was still darkened for camouflage. Spun his head around to resemble over his shoulder. It was a lizard-like movement lacking any human quality. I cannot be certain, but I think Cadence or Cascade may have achieved entry into the chamber. Time may now be of the essence, if you still desire my assistance. Get away from the gateway. I don't know which one you are, but I know I'm not talking to Hesperus. You are mistaken, Purslane. I don't think so. There's an energy pistol in my hand. I just had to make it dispense it for me. It's aimed straight at you. With the beam set for maximum dispersion, the densely packed weapon was cold in my fist, taking the burden of its own weight with the faint, insect-like buzz of Levitas. I can do it. Hesperus told me how to kill a machine person. Don't aim for anyone's spot, but spread the focus around, taking out as much function as possible. You may be holographic, but you're not indestructible. If you were to discharge an energy weapon, you would damage the airlock, leading to fatal decompression. Then it's a good job I'm wearing a spacesuit. That came out of the maker as well. The figure took a step backwards, stiff as a knight in armor. It must have made a decision at that point, analyzed my voice, and concluded that I was beyond persuasion, because I watched its profile shift, the metal skin creasing and stretching, tapering at the waist, broadening at the hips and chest, until I was looking at the elegant, ballerina-like form of Cadence. Her skin was still dark rather than silvery, but in all other respects, she had reverted to her normal appearance. That was easy, I declared. I have killed Hesperus, she declared using her normal voice. He will not be returning to help you now. My mind freewheeled. Where did you kill him? In this chamber. Not good enough. I want to know exactly where. Cadence cocked her head, looking away from the Ark by that craft, the green one with the retracted stasis foils. It was one of the ships I had told Hesperus to visit, but you might just have been lucky in her guess, or seen him move on the cameras monitoring the bay. Bring me the body and we'll talk about it. There's no body. I disintegrated him. Cadence lifted up one arm, the armored of her sleeve folding open in a subtle, ingenious way, allowing a vicious assemblage of battles and tubes to spring out. Cascade and I have always been armed from the moment we moved amongst you. Then she let her arm fall in a stiff arc, mannequin-like, until the cluster of weapons was pointed directly at me. Open the portal, Purslane. Before it is necessary for me to use force. What's stopping you? Clemency, a desire not to inflict further harm. We are machines, not butchers. We value life, even the tortury approximation of life. That is the organic. You're still going to have to kill me. If you want to get inside the Ark, I would rather not have to do that. Can we not talk now? It was a brave and clever thing that you and Hesperus attempted to do despite our combined wisdom. We did not foresee that you would use these ships against us to slow down. Silver Wings of Morning, she is a lovely machine, incidentally worthy of us. I'm glad you like her. I'm planning on having her back. That was always the arrangement. Was it not? Then Cadence angled her doll-like head again, the chamber's light flaring off. The elegant ridge of her metal cheekbones, and the lashes bestung swell of her steel lips. I am puzzled, Purslane. You have a weapon capable of harming me, and you claim to be wearing a spacesuit. You have nothing to gain from my continued existence. That you have not opened fire, I thought I'd like to have your say. First, my hand tightened around the weapon. The elevators held it in place with such determined control that it felt as if I was holding a fixed support. Like the knob of a banister, I could ask you the same question. The Ark's engine is still running, although this will have only a marginal impact on our chances of success. It would still be better if it was shifted off. So kill me and do it. Cadence held up her hand and allowed the clustered weapon to fold itself back into her arm. You did not believe that I was capable of clemency, but I will prove it to you now. Deactivate the engine, and we will come to an arrangement that guarantees your survival. I will give you time to consider this proposal. My heart beat in my chest, like a pulsar about to spin itself to pieces. I sensed that I was only one mistake, one ill-judged remark from instant death. I could not attack Cadence even if I wanted to. Despite what I had told her, I was not wearing a spacesuit. There had not been time for the maker to produce one. It had been all I could do to make a weapon. I had to show that I was in control. Get away from the craft. I won't shoot you because there will still be Cascade. And for all I know, you can make copies of yourselves. But you wanted Silver Wings for a reason. And whatever that is, it must be important to you. Hugely important. If you'd risk war with the entire human matter, civilization. Cadence must have believed me, because she took several steps backwards. You cannot stop us, she uttered. We are in control if you say so. The thing is, I'm not convinced you've any plans to keep me alive. Once we get to whatever we're going, which means that if I'm going to die anyway, and I'm reasonably sure that's the case, then I might as well get to do it on my terms, achieving something in the process, with a firmness that I had never heard in her voice before. Cadence declared, do not do this. It will not be in your best interests. Got your attention, that's good. I had the impression of intense feverish computation, the working out of a near infinite spectrum of outcomes. If a machine could have sweated, Cadence would have. We can still negotiate. She declared, I will leave now, and give you time to think things through. If you disengage the Ark, you may dictate arrangements for your survival. If they are acceptable to us, we will comply. I had not been expecting this, but I tried to keep that to myself. What kind of arrangements? You will bargain with the other humans on our behalf. You will persuade them to stop following us, on the understanding that we will let you leave, and I'm supposed to believe you'd follow through on that. Cadence started to say something, another calm answer. Her voice as beautiful and unruffled as it ever was. But you did not complete her sentence. What happened in the instant that followed was too fast for my eyes or mind to follow. All I could do was put it together afterwards. assembling the sequence of events from the broken fragments that had made it past the hopelessly constricted bottleneck of my animal senses. Hesperus had attacked Cadence, lacking a weapon, for there had not been time to mint one. Before he left the Ark, his only option had been to use stealth and surprise. This year accomplished with considerable success, for nothing in Cadence's reaction showed that she had any idea that Hesperus was creeping up on her in the shadows of the cargo bay. I recalled now how my first impression of him, when Campion walked him onto Daliance's bridge, had been of the hunting cat I owned in Palatial and the statue of David in the hallway of the family mansion. Those impressions, contradictory but complementary, came back to me with renewed force as he sprang onto the other robot. Ramming her to the ground, the two dark forms wrestled, their movements so accelerated that all I could make out was a writhing, dark mass, like a kind of quantum probability cloud made of metal. It all took place in the absolute silence of vacuum. Then there was a flash, bright enough to illuminate the entire chamber, for the single dazzling moment, and then there were two robots again. They both lay very still. They were both broken. Hesperus was on his back 5 or 6 meters from Cadence. There was a dark hole punched right through him, where his heart would have been had he been human. His skin flickered from dark to gold, gold to dark, and then stayed the way it was. Nothing moved behind the glass windows of his skull. Cadence was sprawled on her side, facing Hesperus for all the world, as if she had just decided to lie down and take a nap. Her weapon arm had been severed at the elbow. Wrenched away from the rest of her, it lay 3 or 4 meters beyond Hesperus. A squirming mass of silver machinery, oozing with mercurial anguins, erupted. Through her stump, Hesperus looked dead, but there was something alive in Cadence. Unable to leave the Ark, I could do nothing but watch. Hesperus, I declared into the portal panel. You've got to get up. Cadence stirred, but only minutely. Lights flickered in her head, and the fingers of her good arm twitched. The fingers of the severed arm on the far side of Hesperus also twitched. The angle of her head adjusted in stiff increments. Until she was looking at the severed arm, her expression was fiercely serene. The silver machinery pushed itself further. From her stump it formed a tendril, a single bright filament, which oozed out until it touched the floor. The tendril kept growing, inching its way from the body. At first I thought she was going to reach for Hesperus and do something to him, administer the robot equivalent of a poison kiss, perhaps, but then I realized that the tendril was skirting around him, with the intention of grasping the severed arm. Hesperus, I uttered again. Wake up, please. I wanted to shout, but the detached part of my mind told me there was no point if you could not already hear me. Nothing I could do would make any difference. The tendril completed its journey. Grasping the arm, it curled around it slowly, the way of vine might wrap around the fallen name of a tree. Then it began to retract slowly but steadily, dragging the weapon arm with it. Asperus, please. I remarked. Something got through. The lights flashed in his head once. The tendril had already dragged the arm a quarter of the distance, back to Cadence. She's still alive. Cadence is still alive. Squealing, garbled sounds exploded from the gateway. It was like 100 people shouting at the same time, in 100 different languages. If that was Hesperus trying to talk to me, something was very, very wrong with him, but then I already knew that. Stand up, I remarked more forcefully now. There isn't much time. You either stand up now or we're both dead. Listen to me, robot. He moved. It was a laser yawn of his entire body. Then he was still again. Cadence is putting herself back together. I uttered, if you don't stop her. Slain, he uttered, either attempting to pronounce my name or describing his predicament. Move, golden boy. I need you here. He shifted again, the motion more coordinated. This time with a single convulsive spasm, he rolled onto his side. He seemed to be looking directly at the other robot. The arm was scraping its way past the midline. Between them, half of its journey now complete. Hesperus lifted an arm, spread his fingers, and placed his palm on the floor. He pushed against it and began to lever himself up until he could get his other elbow under his torso. For support, then his legs twitched and he began to ease himself into a position halfway between lying and sitting. The effort must have cost him, because for several moments he was motionless. The arm now had only a few meters to go before it was reunited with Cadence. She must have been immobilized somehow, but as soon as she had the arm back, she would have a weapon she could aim and fire, even as I was thinking that. Consoling myself that at least she was paralyzed. Cadence twitched again and started to sit up. She was regaining mobility by the second. Just as Hesperus had completed, the robots had formidable powers of self-recovery. Hesperus, I yelled, or logic now departed. He broke out of his temporary stasis and climbed unsteadily to his feet. I could see the full extent of his damage now. A hole big enough to put a fist and an arm through, cutting right through him. The walls of the wound glistened with silver glare, bleeding mercury and strobing pulses of hard blue light. One of his legs was stiffer than the other. He shifted awkwardly and surveyed the scene before him, Cadence and her severed arm. Now only a meter from being reattached, he stepped across to her, walking like a man with one leg in a caliper. Cadence flinched back, raising her good arm as a shield. Hesperus planted his left foot on the silvery tendril. Still with great stiffness, he knelt down until he could reach the weapon arm. With his right hand he pulled it from the floor, the tendrils stretching like hot cheese. As he rose to his full height, his fist closed around the silver flesh of the severed arm, crimping it with appalling force. Then with a single jerky motion, he flung the mangled arm into the darkness. I expected to hear it clatter in the distance, but of course no sound attended its impact. "Hesperus," I declared, "can you hear me?" He remarked nothing, but took another step closer to the other robot. He kicked her until she rolled onto her back, then lowered his left foot onto her abdomen. Beneath him, Cadence thrashed with increasing strength, as put a slow at himself, slowly until he was kneeling on her. Then he reached out with both hands and took a firm confine of her remaining arm. His shoulders moved with massive gorilla-like effort, and the arm came loose. He flung it aside, but with an almost disdainful effort, so that it came to rest only a few meters away. Then he swung around, adjusting his confine on her, until he faced her legs and took them off, piece by piece. All the while Cadence squirmed and convulsed, but her efforts achieved nothing. In a short while, Hesperus had dismembered the other robot completely, leaving only her head still attached to her torso. He stood up, clutching Cadence's palsing remains to his chest. Still stiff in one leg, he made his way to the entrance, my heart racing, the energy pistol still gripped in my hand. I allowed him into the lock. Air cycled in. The inner portal opened and Hesperus almost fell out, dragging the head and torso behind him. His movements were still very sluggish and uncoordinated. The air smelled of burned metal, and there was a hissing, fizzing sound coming from his open wound. "I am damaged," he declared quite clearly. "Take this," I remarked, offering him the energy pistol. "You can finish her off." I don't want to finish her off. She can still be of use to us. The discrepancy between the calmness of his voice and the shuffling, punctured figure before me was unsettling. It was like having a corpse talk back to me. "Are you going to be all right? I can repair myself given time. Help me to the bridge, we will be safer there," with Hesperus still cradling the other robot, leaning as much of his weight against me as I could bear. We shuffled our awkward way through the arc until we reached the white womb of the control center. All was as we had left it. "I should contact Campion. That can wait. Find me." "Aspect of machines." "What kind?" "Any kind, it doesn't matter." He let the torso clatter to his feet. Cadence was still watching his every move. Like a viper looking for its chance to strike, he is lying. She uttered her own voice just as unchanged. The damage he has suffered is not repaidable. He is in the process of terminal mechanism shutdown. I waved the energy pistol at her. We could just kill her now. The aspect, please, has put us, extended a trembling hand and took the weapon from me. At last I will keep watch on her. Find synchro mesh for yourself. Why synchro mesh? Just find it. It was the first time. I had heard irritation in his voice. The human part of him must have been pulling the strings. In an adjoining chamber, I found several tubes of multi-purpose aspect, of machines. I was already carrying an eye droplet of synchromesh. I returned to the command compartment to find Hespera, still keeping guard on the twitching silver torso. What about the bits of her you left outside? They can't hurt us now. They'll attempt to reconvene. But provided her head and torso remain here, that won't happen. He passed me back the energy pistol and took the tubes of aspect. As I remarked, I am damaged, but I can repair myself. Given an infusion of raw materials, he took one of the tubes and squeezed a dollop of quivering, black aspect into his palm. The material organized itself into various geometric shapes, indicating its readiness. Well, that's work with you. I knelt down, my back against the wall, resting on my haunches, with the energy pistol aimed at Cadence, its human machinery. I didn't think it had anything to do with the stuff inside you. It doesn't. His mask formed an exhausted smile. But it can be made to its very simple, really. He smeared the black dollop into his wound. Taking it around, the silvery lining of the tunnel cascaded, blasted through him. As he did so, Hesperus made an involuntary sound, a kind of synthetic howl like a radio, picking up too many channels at the same time. I am not in pain, he remarked when the moment had passed, but there is confusion. The aspect will help me repair myself, but it will take time. He squeezed another mound into his palm and applied it to the wound, over the material he had already administered. Now he convulsed, as if a bolt of electricity had just surged through him. Hesperus, keep your eye on Cascade. He spread more of the black paste into his chest. I must enter the state of reduced consciousness while these repairs are effected. I may be incommunicado for several hours, possibly longer. I'm worried she's a robot, Hesperus. I've already seen how fast you can move. She can't do anything quickly. Now, it will be safe to use the synchro mesh on a low ratio. I don't like this. I don't like it either. But I'm useless to us both unless I can heal myself. He pushed a final dollop of machinery into his wound, which now resembled the steep-sided black crater, more than a tunnel, and slumped back against the wall. Then his lights flickered once and died completely. I could only trust that somewhere inside that golden body, something was still alive, putting itself right. Go ahead, Caden uttered sweetly. Use the synchromesh, I promise I won't try anything. That was when the arc started shaking, the vibration nearly knocking me off my feet. Chapter 31. Charlotte Craft was the first to move. With an attack range of silver, wings of morning, with light minutes of communications lag between dalliance and the three ships of the lead squadron, there was nothing to do but gather around the holographic volume and watch the playing out of a series of events that had already unfolded, powerless as we were to change the outcome. We still felt as if it should be possible to reach into the blue, gridded space and move the pieces around, as if there were no more than icons in a game of strategy. My mind veered between the conviction that this was the only course of action open to us, and the bitter certainty that I was about to play spectator to the death of my lover and closest friend, fully complicit in the decision to kill her. You don't have to watch any of this, Bethany remarked. Go and wait somewhere else. We'll let you know when it's over. I'll sit it out if that's all right with you. Of course, as long as you understand that none of us would have held it against you. Borish's imago reached to touch a non-existent hand against mine. "This is difficult for all of us. She's our sister. But I can't imagine what you're going through. Perstein can take care of herself," I remarked, but the words rang hollow. As if I was the one who needed convincing, Silver Wings is strabbing her impasse. Charlock remarked pseudo-thrust is falling, as we'd expect. Strabbing revealed Silver Wings a measure of defense. But there were gaps in that armor, spaces between the time-phased ribs, through which a well-aimed rapier might slip. Chamark vessel was Steel Breeze in the battle volume. It was a blunt-tipped yellow arrow, closing on Silver Wings, narrowing the distance from tens of thousands to mere thousands of kilometers. "She's phasing her weapons," he declared, eyeing the banner of icons and numbers, accompanying his starship singing her gamma cannon. To punch through Purslane's impasse, he shifted to face us with pride in his expression. "She's learned well. It's exactly what I'd do if I was there." Controlling her in real time, a broadside hit, Agrimony announced. As the numbers tagging Silver Wings changed abruptly, significant whole ablation and ionization. "I think you got through, Charlock." He grinned, gamma cannon siping for another discharge. Holding sync lock with the impasse firing, secondary ionization focused 3 kilometers. Astern of the first to palpable hits, Agumani looked excitedly at the rest of us. Raising a clenched fist, "We're getting through. She's not putting up any kind of defense." "The robots obviously don't have sufficient control." "Don't count on it," I remarked under my breath. Steel Breeze might have punched a couple of craters in Silver Wings' hull, but the numbers next to her revealed no drop in acceleration or impasse effectiveness compared to before the assault. "Cannon cycling," Charlock declared, maintaining sync lock, retargeting on driver presenter firing. After a few moments, Agrimony remarked, "Zero ablation. No damage beyond the first 2 impact sites. She must have shifted to a different field phase." Bethany uttered, "Compensate and adjust." "Give it time," Charlock remarked. "She's dealt with this kind of thing before. It'll just take her a few moments to assemble a predictive model for the phase and frequency shifts. Then she'd be able to punch through again." "GAMMA cannon recharging, firing. No change in damage status." Bethany declared, "She must be facing faster than you can sync lock. Give her time, she just needs to refine her model." But when Steel Breeze fired again, there was still no sign that she had found a way through to Silver Wings' hull. The impasse soaked up the gamma rays effortlessly, using some of that energy for its own purposes and re-radiating the rest to space in a long, simmering cymbal crash of downshifted X-rays. I tightened my handhold as an acceleration surge washed over me. "We should move the other ships in. One might not be able to cut through, but if they all run different phases and frequencies, Silver Wings might not be able to block them all at the same time." "That's not the strategy we agreed on," remarked Subtle. "The one we agreed on isn't working. All it's doing is slowing Silver Wings by a tiny amount. Time. We move to a new script before we play ourselves out." Bethany wavered for a moment, then nodded. "Or Ash Agrimony. Instruct your ships to move into immediate attack range. Coordinate with Steel Breeze to find a gap in her coverage. With the starship still 3 minutes ahead of us, it would take that long for the new battle plan to reach them. And just as long again before we saw the results of our change of approach. Until then, all we could do was watch Charlock vessel continue its engagement." Steel Breeze attempted another to discharges from her gamma cannon, then spun around, strobed her impasse, and applied pseudo-thrust. "She's not retreating," Charlock declared, as if that was ever in our consciousness. "She's clever. She's realized that she can't get through that way. Now she'd do exactly what I do in the circumstances." "Switch to Lampress. How many are you carrying?" I asked. 50 to mid-range gamma cannons and high-his statuses skein drives. Let's see how still the Wings deals with those. Shall we? Don't count your chickens. Immersive lampreys were fast and agile, but they could never compare with the potency of a vessel-mounted weapon, nor did they have the ability to adjust beam properties to deal with a rapidly strobing and phase-shifting impasse in the battle volume. The lampreys with a spray of yellow dandelion seed. Erupting from steel breeze, they split into two formations, 12 forming a cordon around Charlotte Craft, the other 40 diving for the much larger target of Silver Wings, with the skein drives applying pseudo-thrust. The lampreys could push against Steel Breeze's field boundary, enabling her to confine her position relative to Silver Wings, even while maintaining full impasse. That was the one trick per slain vessel could not emulate. It would have taken thousands of lampreys to overcome the mountainous inertia of Silver Wings, and I knew she did not carry that many. The 40 attacking lampreys broke into sub-squadrons and began concentrating their fire on the areas of vulnerability we had already identified. Occasionally, one managed to punch through the strobing field, but I knew that it was more by luck than judgment. And even when the gamma rays touched naked hell, they did no more than scuff against that armor. But perhaps it could work given time. The death of 1,000 cuts rather than a single decisive wound. I allowed myself a flicker of encouragement from the fact that Silver Wings had yet to respond in kind. Perhaps the robots really were struggling to control all her systems. 6 minutes after the transmission of the new battle orders, or Ashen Agrimony ships, Mystery Wind and Yellow Jester moved into attack range, strobing their fields and coordinating the use of their shipboard gamma cannons with Steel Breeze. The lampreys continued their needling assault. The new ships dropped in pass long enough to release lampreys of their own, cannons loosed. Impact shouted a Goromoni ablation and ionization. Kilodons of hull plating were getting through. Impasser instability and Bane uttered, catching some of a Goromoni's excitement. They got you certain. Field dropped to 0 for 0.8 milliseconds. For lampreys now inside Silver Wings, impasse field drop again. Make that 9 lampreys moving to firing positions. What inside the moat? Main cannon cycling. Charlotte declared, 1 clean hit is all we need. I'm starting to think we can actually do this. Then he stopped talking. The blunt arrow that was the icon for Steel Breeze was flashing on and off, signaling something catastrophic. The banner of numbers and symbols next to the pulsing icon updated rapidly. At attention flicked to the real-time image of his craft captured from the other 2 vehicles. They were looking through the battle volume hazed by savage energies, the intervening space royal by Impassadon drive, distortion awash with gas and debris, but even an imperfect view was enough to tell us that something was very wrong with Steel Breeze. Charlotte's starship was pulsing with miniature explosions, ripping along the waked edge of her flanks like a spectacularly choreographed fireworks display. The arrowhead craft began to tumble. The sequenced pink stuttered of real thrust engines, signifying desperate attempts to regain lateral control. It was to no avail. Somewhere inside the inertia, compensating machinery lost its trap on the craft to several hundred brute gravity, sank their teeth into the fabric of her hull. She tore open like a carcass. An instant later came the fierce light of her dying engine, a growing wide sphere dulling to purple and then black. Along its perfect boundary, the sphere swelled to the size of the impasse, quicker than the eye could track. For a delirious moment the impasse held it in check, even though the impasser that had woven that field was now no more than a cloud of fundamental particles. At the heart of the explosion, the sphere swiveled a more furious kind of white. A white that burned into the eye like a hot lance, dappled with the negative specks of the lamprey still gathered around it, and then broke through that final failing barricade into open space. Steel Breeze was gone. What just happened? Charlotte remarked, looking around like a man who needed someone to shake him out of a bad dream. Someone tell me what just happened. We were winning, we were getting through. Why did she start fighting back now? She was biding her time, Tansy uttered, waiting until all 3 ships were close. Must have punched through her own impasse with a sink. Locked gamma cannon, pull, mystery wind and yellow gesture out of attack range. Bethany remarked, clutching onto his calm facade. As if it was the last firm thing in the universe. And then hope, and pray that they work it out for themselves. Because I don't think Silver Wings is going to sit and wait for us to make the next move. Chapter 32. I reached out a hand to steady myself, the other grasping the fixed hand. Told of the energy pistol, with renewed strength. The weapon wavered and resented itself on cadence. There was another vibration, harder than sharper this time. Chimes began to sound from the white control core. Emergency messages scrolling in cryptic, red text across its surfaces. What's happening? I asked. Work it out for yourself. It sounds to me as if we're under attack. Maybe Cascade is trying to break into the Ark, but I don't think that's it. If he was going to use force against us, he'd have finalized it already. Cadence regarded me levelly but uttered nothing. The whole starship must be under attack. Silver Wings herself, those would either weapon impact, being soaked up by the impasse, or her own weapons discharging, or both. Cadence tilted her head minutely. An attack is in progress, she informed me. Her tone neutral. How many ships? 3 of your pursuit craft. I give you this information freely. Since it is valueless, I raised myself from my haunches, still keeping the energy pistol aimed at her, and made my way to the command console. Recalling the sequence of commands Hesperus had already shown me, I activated the ARC's transmitter. This is Purslane, I'm still here. Would someone like to tell me what's going on? I waited the requisite 5 or 6 minutes, but no reply was forthcoming. They cannot hear you now, Caden remarked with the impasse raised to battle strength. Only Silver Wings herself could get to. Go here and signal through. This Ark does not have the power to reach your friends, nor the sensitivity to detect their return transmissions. You can't run at battle string forever though. You're losing head by all the time. You aren't on drive, that means you consider these ships at least a plausible threat. They have weapons. They could destroy us if we do not take precautions. This is hardly a startling admission. There was another vibration, lasting 30 or 40 moments despite the many layers of field damping. Between the Ark and the outer boundary of Silver Wings impasse, it still felt like a small earthquake. I felt a stomach-churning surge as the engine snatched and grabbed, trying to maintain headway. In the instance when the impasse was recycling, "You're doing an awfully good job of keeping me alive," I remarked. If I was a couple of robots running a vessel, I wouldn't bother going to all that trouble to neutralize acceleration, especially in a battle situation. I'd just be thinking about my immediate survival. You are our hostage if your continued existence enables us to negotiate with our pursuers. Then you are of use to us, then they are a concern. Or you've got another reason for keeping me alive. They inconvenience us, they irritate us, no more than that. Trusting nothing, Caden remarked to me. I considered it worthwhile trying to signal Campion, again. There was no sign that my message had got through. My attention wavered for a few moments, fixated on the unfamiliar technology. When I stepped back onto her, Cadence had began to push a glistening chrome tendril from one of her leg sockets. I shot at Naughty. The energy discharge had singed the remaining part of her leg back from the stump, turning it from chrome to charred black. Cadence appeared oblivious too. The damage I had just inflicted, you must understand that. I will do what needs to be finalized, she declared as ruthlessly calm as ever. That makes 2 of us then. Cascade informs me that 2 of the 3 ships have now been disposed of. The 3rd is damaged, and yet still attempting another assault. It may be that their aim is poor, or that they have simply abandoned any hope of saving. Cadence's tone became patronizing. Of course you feel betrayed. You have every right, how else are you expected to feel? Having been deemed expendable, I declared, nothing arguing with that implacable. Silver Face was beginning to bore me. The vibrations increased in ferocity. Over the next 10 or 12 minutes, reached a peak and then ended without warning. I waited expecting them to return, but as the minutes wore on, it began to seem as if the attack was over. That's the last starship gone. Caden uttered 3 of your fellow Shadowlings dead and to no avail. I believe the ships in question were Steel Breeze, Yellow Jester, and Mystery Wind. Doubtless you can tell me who was aboard them. Our ships don't need us aboard. Yes, cling to that possibility. After a moment she added, what I uttered to you earlier before we were interrupted. The offer still stands, Purslane. Negotiate with your friends. Tell them to give up their pursuit, and we will still let you leave. And Hesperus, take him if you wish, no matter what he told you. He is damaged beyond defective repair. You're not looking to good yourself. Aren't you upset that Cascade hasn't come down to try and rescue you? He knows I pose no risk to the success of this mission. I cannot be coerced or manipulated. I cannot be tortured or deceived. If I imagined there was the slightest danger of you learning something of tactical value, I would destroy myself. If Cascade felt the same way, he could reach into me and kill me himself. Where are we headed? You'll find out when we get there. Hesper has already looked inside you when he was damaged, and you were trying to see what he knew. Isn't that a concern? He saw very little. He is even weaker now, and we have modified our protocols to block the one channel he was able to penetrate. It was an oversight, an unacceptable one. But no great damage was finalized. We still have the vessel, which was always our objective. My craft, you've completed well with her. She's very fast. Is that all it is, Cadence? Is that all this is about? She cocked her head. What else could it be? Speed is of the essence. Your vessel is unquestionably fast. End of story. Yes, it seems to me that you came a long way just to find a very fast vessel, Hesperson. I don't think you learned very much. When you were on Naomi, I shifted to a more comfortable position, resigned to the fact that this was going to be a long wait. There had been no change in Hesperus since his lights had gone out. Nothing to indicate he was ever coming back to life. Did you kill Syphil? I asked. You can tell me now. It's not going to make a difference to our relationship. Then why ask? Old-fashioned curiosity. Then yes. We killed Syphil by throwing her off a balcony. Sorry, but that doesn't strike me as quite your style. I've seen how quickly you can move. How you can change form and color when you need to. I can't help thinking you'd have preferred to kill her some other, less clumsy way. It would have been a mistake to assassinate her in a way that identified us as the culprits. No, you didn't do so. I felt that was someone else. Her death might have suited you. It might have put us off the immediate trail of solving the mystery of the ambush. But it wasn't you, and you didn't want me to know that. Did you? Something quickened behind her eyes. Alarm or interest, I could not say for certain. What you know, what you do not know is of no concern to me. I know why we were ambushed. It was to prevent the emergence of information damaging to the commonality. If a handful of us hadn't been late, it would have been all over for Gentian Line. The secret that we were about to reveal to the wider galaxy would have stayed a secret. But no one allowed for you then. The ambushs were acting in the interests of humans. Caden remarked with an amused tone. From your standpoint, they were doing the right and proper thing. Far from hating them, far from seeking to bring them to justice. You should applaud that efforts. If you cared about your species, you should do all in your power to complete the work. The ambush began. Tell your friends to turn their ships around. Return to Naomi. and concentrate their weapons on any remaining gentian, shatterings, then turn that fire on themselves until none are left. As a final grace note, you could be the last to commit suicide, the last to take that secret to her grave. Would that not be a reasonable course of action? Purslane, would that not be the decent thing to do? It might if you didn't already know about the ambush. And the reasons for it, well, there is that. I tipped the synchromation to my eyes. One cold, clear drop into each. You didn't come to suppress the emergence of that knowledge. Something else brought you to Naomi, and I don't think it was my craft either. Why else? That's what I'd like to know. That's what I'm going to find out one way or another. And then I'll stop you. There are a million ways to do it, almost all of which happen to involve your death. But like you say, that would be the decent thing to do. I'm not above a grand gesture if I think it will serve a higher good. It just may not be your higher good we're talking about. I lifted my sleeve and adjusted the dial on my chronometer. Chapter 33. Charlock might have lost his prize deal breeze, but he still had enough grip on events to remember the search he had been running before the failed attack. There was only a slight waver in his voice as his imago spoke, addressing us all. The battle didn't change a damn thing. Silver Wings varied her course during the initial assault, but as soon as it was over, as soon as we lost Mystery Wind and Yellow Jester, she fell back on exactly the same vector she was following before. The cost projections I showed you earlier are still valid. She still skirt the harmonious concordance in 7,000 years, passing within 15 years of the present boundary. I think we agreed that that isn't likely to be the destination. Further out, Bethany asked. I asked you to seam out to 50,000 years. I did. Here are the candidate systems in order of interception. He raised his hand to an offstage displayer. Dalian showed the same list. It kept scrolling line after line coordinates. Commonality name for the primary and for the major planet or moon with which the mechanism was most likely to be associated. A string of code numbers identifying surface conditions. Metallicity's host civilizations or the absence thereof. It was a long, bewildering list. Hundreds of possible solar systems. Until Charla could produce it, I had imagined it would be a relatively simple business to scan through it until something jumped out at us. I had even wondered if the target might turn out to be one of the systems under investigation by the Vigilance. But none of those were showing up. She passes through each of these systems. Orish remarked, Karma now, the loss of her starship absorbed. If not forgotten, maybe not. But while we're still uncertain of her trajectory, we can't rule any of them out. Charlock's brow was glossy with perspiration. He dabbed at it ineffectually, drying his fingers on his sleeve. There are hundreds of worlds where Gentian line, or another line of the commonality has had some kind of business before, but that would apply no matter which direction we looked, and none of the systems on this list that have any obvious significance, any prior involvement. I asked. Nothing. I searched for relic sites, but nothing came up. Agrimony scratched at the skin under his collar. What about cultures that have had dealings with the machine people? There must be some in that list. A handful, Charlock uttered, but according to the UA, they've next to no chance of still being there. How many candidates in total? Bethany asked. 348, of course. Limiting the search sweep to 50 kilo years was an entirely arbitrary decision. If I seem further out, or allow for an additional degree of uncertainty in our projection of Purslane's vector, we'll start picking up thousands. That's before we factored in stellar proper motion, galactic rotation, and the degree to which the robots are allowing the gravitational field to bend their trajectory. There are 9 of us. I declared we could at least break that list down into manageable chunks and see if we find anything that way. We should send it back to Naomi as well. I've finalized that already, Charlock remarked, but we're getting fast now. and it's going to take a while for any return signals to catch up with us. Before we dice the list into pieces, though, I think there's something you all ought to know. Bethany crossed his arms. You found something not in this list. But for the sake of my own curiosity, I extended the search volume a little further, just in case we were missing something obvious. I sensed Bethany's patience hanging by a thread, and the something at 62,000 lights, way across the plane of the galaxy. Quite honestly, I don't know what to make of it. But if we take the numbers at face value, it's a very high confidence hit. She's aimed directly at it, at what I asked. One of our star dams, Charlotte declared, Gollingale reported in a little while later. I was outside the summer house in Dalliance's gardens, making a vain effort to clear my head, with some fresh air in my lungs and blue skies above me. I had told the statues to stop moving around. Their slow, dreamlike enactments were too distracting. I wanted absolute stillness outside my skull, in contrast to the whirlwind of thoughts and emotions going on inside it. I'm still prepared to have a gap at this. Gollingale's imago uttered, rendered with Gaussian distinction, halfway up the gently sloping meadow. The others gathered around him in more solid invocations. Not after what we've just been through. Bethany uttered, we've lost 3 ships. I don't want to lose another starship and a good shattering. It was a courageous offer, Gollingale, but it was made before we had a real appreciation of what we're up against. Throwing another vessel at Silver Wings, no matter how well-intentioned the gesture, won't achieve anything. I feel that way as well, I remarked. Steel Breeze and the other ships weren't badly equipped, and nothing they did was obviously stupid. We're just dealing with a stronger adversary. With the rapidly improving control of Purslane's starship, Gollingale's response arrived 2 minutes later. All the more reason to strike now, before that control gets any better. There was more determination in his voice than I had been expecting. Besides, we can change our strategy now. I had my hands on my hips. Can we? Nothing's changed as far as I'm aware. No one's going to see it, so it may as well be me. It's been a while. Campion Gollingale looked around at the others. We haven't had from Pursaline for a whole day. Her silence began before the battle. So it can't just be the difficulty of getting a signal. Through the impasse, we should have had from her, since we know our attack didn't come close to doing any real damage. 2 Silver Wings, and she's still alive and not talking. Gollingale was staring at me with genuine sympathy. She'd have been in touch, Campion. Unless the robots found a way to get to her, she was safe. She was secured in the Ark, but we both know the robots wouldn't going to let us stay there, unchallenged, especially if she started getting on the nerves. He raised his hand, suddenly anticipating my response. I'm not seeing she's dead. I'm just seeing we have to consider it as a possibility. But as before, it was a stone certainty that she was still alive. Now we don't have the luxury of that knowledge. I do. For the sake of argument, how does this change things? Bethany asked. Our ships expose themselves to broadside attack. That's not a risk we ought to take again, with lateral mounted gamma cannons. We have the tactical advantage in a stun chase. Our ships are designed to shoot forward, not behind. There was no need to discuss the case of Silver Wings. Gollingale was correct in all respects. And every one of us knew it when you already have some of the fastest ships in the galaxy. Defending against pursuers is seldom the highest priority. That did not mean our ships were powerless against the chasing adversary, but the most effective weapons, the ones that were too large or cumbersome to steer, were normally optimized for forward attack. She still have an impasse raised as soon as you went to weapons range. Charlotte uttered, what makes you think you'll get through it any easier than our ships did? I'm not seeing a well, but at least I won't be trying to hit a specific target. or avoid hitting sensitive areas. I can just concentrate my fire. Whatever I sense the greatest weakness in the impasse, or the underlying hull. Now we know that the star damage had objective, stopping that starship, destroying her if necessary, has become more important than just slowing her. He was glossing over the uncertainties regarding the destination, the possibility that it might not be the star dam, but I was ready to let that slide for now. Without an opener, they won't achieve anything, I declared, and you'd state the reputation of the line and the future stability of several human civilizations. On that assumption, sorry, Campion, but we can't trust Lady Luck anymore lately. She's taken the pissing on us from a great height. I won't sanction it, Bettany declared, not while we know Purslane's still alive. She may come through with a transmission at any moment. We can't guess the conditions she's under. I allowed myself a moment's relief. But it'll take a while for Midnight Queen to reach attack position. Won't it, Bettany went on, if I put myself into a Beyonce and disengage all safeguards? I can be within attack range in 30 hours, unless Silver Wings slows down. No other craft has the capability to cross that gap. Bethany began to turn away. Do what you have, lying authority. What I started to say, Bethany silenced me. He keeps the channel open the whole while. He doesn't get authorization to attack until we reviewed the data again, when he's nearly in range. That's 30 hours, Campion, if we haven't heard from Purslane by then. I think even you would have to admit. But that was as much as he could bring himself to say. I swear I won't attack unless we know she's beyond all hope. Gallingale uttered no. Excuse me, if you will, I need to make some arrangements. His imago buzzed with static and vanished from the garden. Chapter 34. Synchromesh did things to my body. It slowed other processes, besides the perception of time. But after more than 2 hours of keeping that weapon on, cadence more than 20 hours of actual time, I began to sense a growing heaviness in my abdomen. A warning rumbled that there were biological processes that were no longer happy about being held in check. My thoughts took on a frayed, blurred quality like old rope. I began to slip in and out of alertness more than once, daydreaming that Hesperus was in fact up and well, and that between us, we had managed to overcome the robots. Each time I snapped out of these interludes with a renewed determination to stay watchful, but the effort was taxing. Cadence was watching me with venomous interest, listening to the urban flow of my mental processes. To her, my mind was lit up like a stained glass window. She was waiting for certain facets to darken, and then she would maneuver at 24 hours. The chronometer brought me back into real time. I felt just as drained and foggy-headed as when I had been enthralled to Synchromesh. But now each second hit me with unbridled force. It's becoming difficult now. Cadence observed. I stood up, my legs to pillars of numbness, slowly transmogrifying to burning pain with effort. I walked to the command console again, still holding the energy pistol on Cadence. I might have missed it, but I did not think we had come under attack again. Campion, I remarked, speaking at the console, this is Plus Lane. I'm still here, wondering if you can hear me now. Anything I need to know. The silence stretched like tortured space-time. I prowled the hall, eyeing the two broken robots, wondering what was keeping Campion. A side effect of Synchromesh withdrawal is that the ordinary flow of time can occasionally seem sluggish until the brain readjusts. But even with this knowledge, I still felt as if an unreasonable amount of time had passed. I was just about to send another message when his voice came over the speaker. You're still alive, Campion declared delightedly. Thank God we hadn't heard anything for so long. We were starting to fear the worst. We knew you couldn't get a signal through when the impasse was raised, but after the attack was over, we couldn't understand why you were still silent. I started worrying. All right, you know about the attack? I'm assuming we managed to hit Silver Wings, but not as well as we'd hoped. The good news is we only lost ships, not Chatteling's Charlick or Ash, and Agoromani are still with us aboard our vehicles. The main thing is we haven't given up. We also think we may know where you're headed. Talk to me first, Lane. Tell me what's happening before you say anything else. Tell me the destination. I uttered. His reply came back, a little more than 4 minutes later. They had closed the gap, although only by a small margin. Nothing's definite, Campion declared, but we've extrapolated your course and found something. We don't know the significance of it yet. There's a mountain of uncertainty to deal with. But on the face of it, if we take our best estimate of your trajectory and run it out to 60 kilo lights, there's something there. It's not just another solar structure or the boundary of a mid-level empire. There's a star dam Purslane, and it's one of ours. I glanced at Cadence, making sure she was not getting up to any mischief. A Gentian star dam, you're certain about that? Beyond any doubt, it's been there for 3 million years. Half the age of the line. At least it looks like one of ours. We're the ones who are supposed to be monitoring it, making sure it keeps doing its job. I thought of the star dam. Campion had stabilized near the Centaur's solar structure. What do you mean it looks like one of ours? Either it is or it isn't. There should be a clear record in the trove of when we installed it, who was involved. The client civilization or civilizations. What kind of sun needed trapping? Why it wasn't a job for the rebirthers or movers. It's definitely Gentian. Campion came back, but the trove record is much faster than we'd normally expect, and it's difficult to corroborate too. According to the trove, the shuttling in charge of the initial installation was Opine. He was the one who gathered the ring worlds and placed them around the star, but Alpine's dead. He went more than a dozen circuits ago. In other words, I thought to myself, attrition had taken Opine not very long after. He would have installed the star dam. Searching my mind, I tried to recall the circumstances of his disappearance, but without access to my trove, I was powerless. Attrition had taken more than 100 shatterings, even before the ambush, and with the best will in the world, I could not recall the precise details of how each had died. In some cases it would never be known. Opine vanished. Campion went on. We don't know what happened to him. Since then the star dam's taken care of itself. We've monitored it, of course, and once every circuit or so, one of us has been tasked with making an inspection, fly by. Other than that, there's really not much to say. The starting question was an Oat-type supergiant, rushing within a dozen lights of 2 emergent cultures, neither of which had regained interstellar capability at the time the dam was installed. If the star had blown it, would have disassociated the ozone in the atmospheres of their home worlds, leading to massive genetic damage in the human populations. They'd have all died out within a year. Escape at intervention might have helped, but contact was considered risky. And this was at a time when Gentian Line was anxious to assert itself within the commonality. And these civilizations, what about them now? Both gone, Campion uttered for minutes later, after I had examined Hesperates for further signs of life. One blossomed into a reasonably well-developed empire, encompassing about 5,000 systems. Then they got into a micro with an outgrowth of the Vermilion Commonwealth, and that was their 15 minutes. Over and finalized with the other culture. Never got beyond chemical rockets and fusion bombs before deciding they'd spare the galaxy. That continued existence. Now he paused as if he was reading from the trove again. Beyond that, things aren't so clear-cut. If the supernova happened today, it would inconvenience a number of bordering civilizations. There would be deaths, certainly, maybe in the tens of billions. But these are technological societies that'd have the means to organize evacuation and biosphere shielding efforts. There's no one so close that we'd be talking about network-wired extinctions. We're not thinking about a supernova happening now. I remarked we're thinking about the premature collapse of a star dam, a type 2 supernova, gives up its energy over the course of months, telling off over years when a star dam fails. You get all that energy in one flash. I know it could be a lot worse. We know what happened to the constituency. Of the 1,000 worlds, that's the one and only time a star dam's ever failed on us. But that dam was smack in the middle of their empire, and they weren't remotely ready for it. There was no need to remind me about Ogredpanth. Could something like that happen now? The death of an entire civilization? I don't know. No one looks as vulnerable as the consensus. He did back then. And there's still the possibility of warning them ahead of time. Even if Silver Wings reaches her maximum speed, she'd still be slower than light by 1 part in 10,000. That's not much of a difference. But if we send a light speed signal ahead of us now, it would still reach the local 6 years before you do. Granted, that isn't sufficient time to evacuate dozens of solar systems, but it would be enough time to put contingency measures in place, time to dig bunkers, move populations underground or into armored ships. And you're not moving that quickly anyway. You're holding its 0.999, giving the locals 60 years. Not 6, that really would be enough time for them to start moving people from network to network. It worked then. Hesperus really did manage to get some of the other engines up and running. I glanced at him again, but nothing had changed. He is not coming back. Caden declared. What we don't know is the point of this mission. Even if the star dam is the target, Campion remarked, if the robots mean to initiate a war, then detonating a star dam in the middle of a galaxy might be seen as a psychologically valuable opening move. But it won't inflict real damage. They'll sterilize space for a few thousand light years, maybe even trigger a few secondary detonations. At worst, even if we don't warn them ahead of time, it will touch no more than 6 or 7 civilizations, none of which are major players. It won't damage the commonality in any meaningful way. The other big league factions, the rebirthers, the scapers, the movers, they won't be affected either. If they're hoping to knock the hub out of the Meta civilization, this is the wrong way to do it. Perhaps all they wanted to do was punish us. I thought to hurt us, the way we had hurt that earlier machine civilization. Not to wipe us out completely, but to let us know that the crime had not been forgotten, and most definitely not forgiven. That did not strike me as a very robot way of thinking, though, but there's a deeper objection. Above and beyond the military pointlessness, Campion uttered, they can't break it open. Star dams need maintenance. And sometimes they fail, but there's nothing they can do to make one fail ahead of time if it hasn't already started to go wrong. What if they were to use Silver Wings as a relativistic battering ram, driving her into the star dam at full speed? Could that achieve anything? No one knows for sure. It's not exactly something you go around doing just for the hell of it. But there have been cases of ships ramming star dams or prior ring worlds at near light speeds. In all documented instances, the structure remained intact. Ring worlds shatter if they're not handled properly, but they're massively resilient against impacts. Perhaps the robots have data we don't. Enough to convince them that they can smash the dam with Silver Wings. It would at least explain why they needed a fast starship if they slow down and tempo with the dam. I asked if we can get a warning signal ahead of you. The relevant civilizations can place an armada around that dam, above and beyond the defensive systems already in place. Silver Wings would make a difficult target at cruise speed. But if she was forced to slow to mechanism speeds, I wouldn't rate her chances very highly. Me neither, I uttered more to myself than Campion. I had still not told him about the earlier wave of machine people, and the awful, inexcusable thing we had completed to them. The knowledge sat inside me like a dark stone, trying to force its way to the surface. I did not want Cadence or Cascade to know how much Hesperus had told me, because some of his knowledge could only have come from his time as the spirit of the air. But if they had an opener, I declared almost before I could examine the words and decide if it was wise to say them aloud, a one-time opener like the one the line offered you when you were sent to the Centaurs. That would work, wouldn't it? I only used the opener to adjust the star dam. But there aren't openers that do more than that. You only had line authorization to make adjustments. It was too soon to take the star dam apart. The energy levels were still much too high. But if they'd sent you to dismantle a star dam, that had already served its purpose, so that those ring worlds could be used elsewhere. They have given me a single-use opener, with full dismantlement privileges. Campion uttered, finishing my sentence for me for minutes later, but they don't give out those unless there's a cast iron reason, with full line oversight. The key's tuned to a specific star dam. It can't be made to open another one prematurely. But somewhere there must be a key for this star dam. If not a key, then at least the information to make it. Champion corrected me. There's only ever one key that lets you take a star dam apart. It's made at the same time as the dam. Code locked at the deepest levels. Nothing else will work. And no one keeps a record of those codes. The thinking is, better to lose the key and never be able to open the dam than risk a duplicate copy. Falling into the wrong hands, it means some of our ring worlds are tied up, shielding stars that have already shifted cinder, but that's a price worth paying. And the one for the star dam, destroyed in a micro-ward, only a few 100,000 years after the dam was installed. According to the trove anyway, but at this point, I'm not sure I'd take anything in the troves as gospel. We thought we were being clever, lying to augured pants. But we've been feeding ourselves another set of lies. All along, I looked at Cadence again. All of a sudden, with the revelatory force of daylight breaking over a dark landscape, it was clear to me why they wanted my craft's silver wings of morning. Was completely incidental to their plans. It helped that she was fast. But there were other fast ships in Gentian line, and mere speed was not the central issue. They had not come all the way to our reunion. On the off chance of getting a ride to the star dam, if all they needed was to reach that point in space, they could have saved time and effort just by going there directly. They had not even taken control of same fine craft when they were her guests. They had come for me not because of my vessel or because of something in my head, but because there was something in my craft they needed. Long before, the terms of my century had been decided upon. The robots had been steering the line towards a single objective, because somewhere inside Silver Wings of Morning was the single-use opener keyed to the star dam. I felt dizzy, as if I had ascended into thin air too quickly. It was not a question of needing corroboration. Now that the idea had fixed itself into my skull, I knew that I was right on some level. I had known all along ancient memories could be scrubbed, but they could never be wiped completely. I had always been a hoarder, unwilling to throw anything away. That had been a reason for that, Purslane Campion declared when the dizziness had begun to ease. If not pass completely, there's something you want to know. In case we lose contact again, Gallingale's going to have another try at crippling Silver Wings. There's no harm in the robots knowing our intentions. They'll have guessed them by now. If they've seen Midnight Queen coming closer, if there's anything you can do to protect yourself, you should do it. I uttered, but there's something you need to know as well. Nothing matters more than stopping this starship. We may not know why. The robots want to break open that star dam, but we can be sure it's not going to be in our best interests. Now that we know the destination, I'm certain about that, by the way. Silver wings must not be allowed to get there. I'm not talking about crippling her champion. You can't risk failure now, not when so much is at stake. Tell Galactic to use everything he has. Tell him to shoot me down. Part 8. Relictus may have disappointed Calidris, but he did not disappoint me. Our losses continued without respite. But in his dungeon, the failed apprentice, at last, pieced together the elements of the counterspell. Because of his restraints, he could test only the simplest parts of it. In isolation, he pored over the details for many weeks, refusing to allow even the minority detail to go unexamined. The instant I conjure this spell, Calidris will know of it. Relicta declared, I must be confident of success. For if I fail, I shall not get a second chance. Calidris will adapt his methods, and this one opportunity will slip through our fingers. Do what you must. Eventually he pronounced himself ready. The text of the spell occupied an entire page, as complicated and difficult as a piece of chamber music. Once he had begun to utter it, there would be no going back, and the tiniest mistake, the smallest imprecision, would render the entire spell ineffective. I must be unbound, Relictor declared, if I do not have complete freedom of movement. The spell will be miscast. Keep that knife on his neck. I told Lanius, who was with me in the dungeon. Relictor shook his head slowly. The knife will impede me. I should trust you when you could just as easily use your magic to escape this dungeon. I asked, if I did, my lady, my absence would still be the least of your worries. Count Modax would triumph eventually, and that would be as bad for me as it would for you. You have little option but to trust me now. Take away the knife, I growled. Relictor scrubbed a finger across his throat with a knife, had nicked his skin and drawn a thin line of blood. I knew then that he would not betray us. He had already had time to utter a debilitating spell, and yet he had held his tongue. He walked to the ghost soldier and undid its fastenings. Why do you free it? I asked, as an effective demonstration of the spell's potency. My lady, otherwise you would see little difference. Are you sure it's safe? Perfectly, sir. Can you not see how trusting it has become? He beckoned the ghost soldier to step forward, then raised an arm indicating that it should stop. It understands nothing of what I say. It still thinks I mean it no harm. I think it even likes me in a limited fashion. I have been far kinder to it than the captain, who once ordered it into battle. Are you ready to cast the spell? He returned to his desk, pushed hair from his wild eyes, and run a finger down the lines of the spell, formulated in the cluttered symbolic language of magicians. His finger stopped once, moved back a line, and I saw hesitation in his face. Then he nodded and resumed his progress. There's no reason to delay. I am as ready now as I shall ever be, Relictus declared. Then do it. He closed his eyes once, reopened them after a moment, inhaled deeply, and began speaking. The words meant nothing to me. The gestures indecipherable, but that effect on the ghost soldier was beyond argument. It began to jerk, the armor twitching. Relictus was so absorbed in the accurate recitation of the spell that I do not think he allowed himself to record its consequences. When he was halfway through the spell, I followed the progress of his finger. As he moved from line to line, the armor toppled over, the ghost soldier thrashing on the dungeon floor. Like a man in the grip of palsy, its movements became more frenzied. The noise began to issue from the armor. Like the wind through a drafty gateway, the figure quickened its movements. The head thrashed from side to side. The arms and legs beat the ground, moving so rapidly that the eyes struggled to keep up. Relictus continued with his recitation. 3/4 of the way down, the ghost soldier's paroxysm reached a moment of maximum violence. The armor thrashing, the sound a squeal of agony. And then it began to calm, its movement slowing, its strength ebbing. Before Relictus had reached the last line of his spell, the creature was still. The red smoke was no longer visible. It is accomplished, he uttered, mopping his brow with his sleeve, and drawing a series of deep, relieved breaths. I do not believe I made any error of recitation, judging by the state of the ghost soldier. The formulation was correct. It seemed to feel pain, I uttered, distressed by the spectacle, in a way I had not anticipated, an agony beyond words. Balladus offered his hands to be bound again. Did I ever say it wouldn't end the others? If the spell was well concocted and my reasoning sound, this will not be the only ghost soldier to have fallen. This day, Relictus smiled. I could tell that the dying agonies of the false soul meant less to him than the death of a fly. I await intelligence from the Master-at-Arms. My lady, I believe the news will be most gratifying. I left Relictus in his dungeon, with that squealing sound still ringing in my skull. It would not leave me for many days. 10 nights later, the green agents came again. They carried me to their bright compartment and pushed more needles into my skin. They had been urgent before, but now their 30 efforts had a desperate edge, as if everything depended on the outcome of this one intervention. Listen to me, Abigail, one of them remarked, leaning over me. With the one that shone crimson fired into my eyes, you are still inside Palatial. This is not the real world. The real world is outside. Blink if you can understand what I am telling you. I blinked, but only because I wanted to trick them. Of course they won in the end. Their intrusions into my reality grew more frequent, more persistent, and the alternate reality of the White Hall began to vie for dominance, becoming more solid, more tactile with each visitation. The green men were doctors and technicians, not imperial traitors or agents of another empire. Slowly, painfully, I began to accept the truth of what I was being told. Over and over again, I was not the princess of a magic kingdom. I did not have a step-brother called Count Mordux. I did not have access to a private sorcerer named Relictus. All these things were figments, woven by a machine that had begun to malfunction, sucking me further and further into its dreamlike narrative. I was Abigail Gentian, daughter, an heir of the most respected cloning business. In the golden hour, I was going places, and yet, it was so very hard to let go of the princess's realm. With all its seductive allure, the power not just to move finance around, but to command magicians to put prisoners to the sword, and inspired armies to ride in my name, I kept sinking back into Palatio's grasp. Even when I was outside the game's green box, it exerted a trap on me. My dreams kept returning to the palace, to the feudal simplicity of that world. It was a time of celebration and triumph. We had beaten the ghost soldiers, left Modax's army and tatters of Modax. Nothing more was ever heard. Much later, when the psychosurgeons, the same ones who had been looking after my mother, declared that I was healed, I learned that the little boy had not been so lucky. His copy of Palatial, the means by which we shared our fantasy, even though we were forbidden from meeting, had malfunctioned even more seriously than my own. They had pulled out a grinning, drooling vegetable, and all attempts to restore proper cognitive function had failed. Now he was plugged back into the game, permanently wired into it on a neural level. It was the only time he seemed content. I had been lucky they had pulled me out just in time. That, at least, is what I have always believed happened to me. Of certain other things I am much less confident. I was born in a large and ever-changing house on the edge of the golden hour. And for a large part of my arrested childhood, I had a companion who occasionally came to play. I remember his shuttle and the robots that came down the landing ramp. When it was docked, he was a cruel little boy, and I do not remember his name. He may even have been the scion of one of the rival families, and there could have been optimistic plans for our marriage decades in the future. What is beyond doubt is that I had a copy of Palatial, and it eventually went wrong and sucked me in. If you suppress a memory, it seems to me that two things can happen. The memory may stay repressed, Absolutely, closed to both conscious and unconscious recall or. And this is surely the more likely outcome. The memory finds expression elsewhere. It will seep into other memories, distorting them, shaping them. To conform to the truth of what has been suppressed, I thought of the ghost soldier dying. The agony of that scream, cutting through every adult certainty of my existence. Had we committed a crime beyond condemnation? More to the point, had I the last place I remember visiting as Abigail, although it was not the last thing that happened to me, was the chamber where we grew with the shatterings. It was a huge domed chamber, laced with gleaming white balconies and ladders, the vats arranged in stacked rings. Aside from the hum of the machinery feeding the vats, and the occasional chirp or beep from the monitoring devices, the chamber was crypt silent. Everything in the hall was Star Island cold. It felt more like a place of death than the beginning of something. Emblematic of life and lust, Woodmiller, Marceline had made 1,000 clones for herself. But this chamber contained only 999 gentian shatterings. There was 1,000 that. But it was presently empty when she cast her ships into the void. Blood Miller had opted to remain behind. The ultimate paradox of her adventure was that she had to stay in the golden hour, if she wished, to bask in the admiration of the society that had made her. It was consolation enough to know that her cloned facets, with all the memories she had acquired, up to the moment of her final scan, were riding out to the stars. If all went well, and I do not believe there was the least shadow of doubt in Lord Miller's mind concerning that eventuality, they would carry her essence into the unimaginably remote future. One distant day, they might reassemble into a single human being, the person who believed herself to be Rudd Miller, Marceline. But by then, the original version of that individual would be long dead and perhaps long forgotten. I could see the attractions of being admired, but because I was not the first, because the idea had not been mine, the acclaim measured out to me could never equal that which Lord Miller was presently enjoying. That was why I had chosen to fly with the clones, rather than stay behind. In a little while, when my memories had been scanned for the last time, I would be surgically prepared for insertion into the final vat. My growth state would be synchronized with the other shatterings. My end state, gender, would be determined on a random basis. No one, not even the technicians who had designed and supervised the cloning program, would be able to tell the essential difference between me and any of the other occupants via process of double-blind screening. My true identity would even be concealed from the monitoring machines. They would treat me exactly the same way they treated all the shatterings. No documents would exist to identify which shattering was, in fact, the real Abigail. When I woke, I would take a new name. The beautiful part was, even I would not know who I had been, since my scanned memories would be drip-fed into all the other heads. All the shatterings would recall visiting this chamber and seeing the empty vat. They would all have the luxury of thinking they might have been Abigail. They would all carry my memories as far back as they went. The mansion, the little boy, our treacherous games in Palatial. The process of insertion into the vat would render my own memories no sharper, no more obviously authentic than their own. I had infiltrated the cloning chamber alone, but now I became aware of a softly breathing presence behind me. I rotated with a shiver. But my new companion was only Madame Kleinfilter. She was very old now and made use of a mobility exoskeleton. It was silent, enabling her to haunt the mansion like one of Mother's ghosts, because she still had the authority to visit any chamber at will. She had been able to enter the chamber unannounced. You think it's time? Madame Kleinfelter declared with a disapproving tone. She was looking at the empty vat, the one I was standing next to. Don't you, Abigail? The ships are ready and tested. The clones are close to maturity. They can be released from the vats and brought to full consciousness whenever we want. And you ready to become the 1000th? Now is as good a time as any. The house psychosurgeons wouldn't necessarily agree. They're paid not to agree to anything. Or so it seems to me. I stared into her deeply lined face, allowing no dissent. Why? What have they been saying to you? Only that you haven't had sufficient time to recover from the trauma of palatial. It's been over a year. How much more time do they think I need? They won't make any rash predictions. Maybe 6 months, maybe another year or 2 or 3. Has it occurred to you that they only have employment? While I'm still around, they're still your mother. I sneered at the comment they offered up on her ages ago. Something creased her ancient face, acknowledgement however unintended. That I was correct nonetheless. We'd be advised not to listen to them. When the last scan is made, you set your personality in stone. Everything that's right and wrong with you at the moment will become part of the shuttlings. They'll carry your flaws and blemishes to the end of time. Don't you owe them something better than a damaged, half-healed mind? I owe them nothing. They're me. No, Abigail, they're not you, no matter how much you might wish them to be. They're your children. The more you try to force them to be like you, the more they're going to flare off in different directions like wild fireworks. The more they're going to surprise and disappoint you. For the sake of 6 months or a year, or however long it takes, for you to recover fully from your experience, wouldn't the kind thing be to wait? Before you pour your personality into their heads, if your plans work as you'd like them to, you have all eternity stretching ahead of you. Nothing has to be rushed now. Every extra second I spend in this house is a second too long. This house made you what you are. Then maybe I should have it destroyed when I've left it. Oh, don't worry, Madame Kleinfilter. I'll see that you're adequately taken care of. After all this time, you think I care more about myself than you? Whatever answer I had climbed, folded in my throat before I could speak it. The machine's hands chirped and beeped in the vats. The clones drew long, slow breaths of liquid air. Eyes quivered under eyelids as data percolated through the still forming neural circuits of their brains. You're right, I declared eventually. I am ready. I thank you for your concern. Madam Kleinfilter, you've been good to me, and I don't dismiss your advice lightly. But Lord Miller has already left, and I know she has inspired others to make similar plans. I won't let someone take second place from me. I'll submit to the final memory scan this afternoon. Then I will allow myself to be placed in the empty vat. That's nothing I say or do will persuade you to delay this. Nothing I remarked. My mind settled then. I wish you the very best of luck with this endeavor. Even though you think I'm making a terrible mistake, even though the cold of the chamber was beginning to reach through my clothes, when we come out of the vans, will you see us? I don't think so, Abigail. The Shadowings will remember me, but that doesn't mean we'll have much to say to each other. I'll be busy elsewhere in the mansion. In any case, there's still much to be accomplished then. This may be the last time we ever speak. I uttered it may well be. Madame Klein felt opposed, becoming quite still. And for a cruel moment, I thought that she had either died or that her exoskeleton had become paralyzed. But then animation returned to her features, and she spoke again. I've known you for the better part of 4 decades. I used you like a little girl. You once were very much the day we had to remove the growth inhibitor. Caused me incalculable sadness, but I'm not sure. I feel quite the same way about the woman you've become. Thank you, I declared acidly. But everyone can change again. You want to be Abigail when you come out of your vet, whichever one you turn out to be. I don't suppose it even matters which one is you. They'll all have the same claim on your identity. But if you remember even part of this conversation, do one thing for me, Abigail. in all the centuries of your brights. New life. What would that be? Try to be a good girl again, just once. Chapter 35. The Amargo flickered and stabilized his good eye. The blue one was red-rimmed with fatigue. Gollingale was seated, squeezed into an old-fashioned acceleration couch, with the black padding ballooning around his face, as if the seat was in the process of swallowing him alive. His clothes were white even though the rest of us still wore the black of our funeral costumes. "I'll be within range in 30 minutes," he uttered before I crossed the line. "Are we certain it's her? We already established that," I declared. That was before she went off the air. For more than a day, that might have been enough time for the robots to refine their impersonation. "It's her," Bethany declared. "We'll take that as a given." If Campion had any doubts, he'd have been sure to mention them. "It was Purslane," I remarked. "She's still alive. That means we keep to the original plan, despite what we now know that the robots almost certainly intend to break open that star dam. Despite Purslane's express wish that we prevent that happening by all available means," Gollingale remarked. I was angry with him, but it was a legitimate question, when I could not blame him for raising. Purslane was just doing what any of us would do, in the same circumstances, putting the lion ahead of herself. Charlotte uttered, "It's brave and selfless. Everything we'd expect from her. That doesn't mean we bow to her wishes." Midnight Queen is still faster and better armed than any of the ships we already lost, including mine. Gollingale may still have a chance of crippling Silver Wings with a broadside shot before we have to consider destroying her. From his padded suit, Gollingale shrugged and nodded, as if the matter was of no great importance to him. "It's your call, ladies and gentlemen. I am more than willing to attempt a crippling attack. That was our agreement, wasn't it?" "Don't expose yourself to excessive risk," Bethany declared. "Maintain impassive effectiveness as far as you can, and get out of there the instant you start receiving overwhelming return fire. I'd rather get you and your craft back in one piece than have to start planning another memorial. Your concern is noted, but you needn't worry on that score. I'm not about to do anything remotely heroic." Gollingale paused his attention, switching to a readout aboard his vessel. "I'm going silent now. I need time to rerun my weapons checks and get myself into the right frame of mind. I promise I'll take care of myself." "Good luck, Gollingale," I uttered. He went dark in less than half an hour. He would be within range of Silver Wings. None of us were in a mood to fill the intervening time with speculation as to the likely outcome of that encounter. My fingers delved into my pocket and touched the eyedropper of synchromesh. For a moment it was tempting to take the easy way out, but my hand stayed where it was. I owed it to Purslane as much as to Gollingale. Chapter 36. "They will not do it," Caden uttered, as if I had asked her for her thoughts on the matter. "Even if they had the means to stop you, which they do not, they would never be able to commit the action itself. Is that your considered opinion? For what it's worth?" "Well, for what it's worth, shut your ugly silver face before I put a hole in it." "Put a hole in it by all means. My self-awareness is distributed throughout my body. You should try it sometime, having all that precious humanity squeezed into a few hundred cubic centimeters of brain tissue. Inside that easily smashed box of bone you call a skull, not an arrangement. I would put a great deal of faith in if my existence depended on it. We've been around for 6 million years. 7 if you include prehistory. You've been around for how long exactly? It is not the span of time that counts, but what you do with it. While you humans have been grabbing around the galaxy, looking for a sense of purpose, a meaning to pin on, the chain of cosmic accidents that brought you shambling into existence, we have been doing great things. In the span of time that it takes you to sneeze, I can run the equivalent of a year's worth of human consciousness. Imagine All the thinking we have completed since our emergence, it's not doing you a lot of good now. Is it? Is she trying your patience per sane? I almost let go of the energy pistol. In shock and relief, Hesperus had finally spoken. The lights were on in his head, whirling and jarring. Behind the colored glass of his skull, Facet's Cadence must have been talking. To keep me distracted from the signs of his recovery. You're back, as if I was never gone. He moved an arm and dabbed at the crated. Black wound in his chest, not as bad as it looks. Trust me, it's what's inside that matters. He was talking like Abraham Valmek, the spirit of the air Cadence. Tracked his movements with the blank-faced indifference of a mechanical ballerina. I wondered if she had detected the change in his mannerisms. Are you all right? I asked. On the mend, the aspect helped. I am sorry that it was necessary to shut myself down. With so little warning, but there was nothing I could do about that. How are you doing with our guest? She's been the life and soul of the party. I can imagine no funny business, no tricks. Just the one I let her off with a warning shot. So I see he pressed his hands against the floor and pushed himself to his feet. He had been unsteady and stiff-legged before, blacking out, but now his old fluency of movement was returning. You did well, Paslain. Very well indeed. Shall I take the energy pistol now? I imagine you could do with some rest in a while. There's something I need to tell you, Hesperus. We know where this ship's headed. I looked guardedly at Cadence, but she had already listened in to the entirety of my conversation with Campion. It's a star dam. One of Gentian lines more than 60,000 years from Naomi. What would they want with a star dam? I was hoping you might have some ideas. In that direction, can they open it? Not without an opener, but I think there's at least a possibility that there's one aboard, Silver Wings, of which you had no knowledge. That I used to know about, maybe. I'm not certain, Hesperus. But from the moment the possibility arose, it felt right to me. I was the custodian of the single-use opener. I've been keeping it for the line. From the moment we installed that dam, that's why they wanted my craft. He rotated his gold face to address Cadence. Is this correct? Is the star dam your objective? The opener the reason you had to get aboard? Silver Wings of Morning. What do you think, traitor? She asked. Hesperus walked over to the broken robot. He stood next to her with the pistol in one hand, the other clenched behind his back, as if he feared the harm he might do her. I am the traitor because I have chosen not to embark on a course of deliberate genocide against co-sentience. They were talking for my benefit. I realized the two machines could have communicated their thoughts in a quicksilver eye blink, but they wanted me to hear what they had to say. They butchered machines. Why should machines spare a thought for the organic? They killed an earlier race of robots. They should not have accomplished so. But it was not butchery, nor was it murder. We should not mistake an intentional slaughter for premeditation. They wanted to be able to kill those robots should the need ever arise. Hesperus corrected that was wrong. But it was also understandable. The robots were a new form of creation. Historically, the new has often vanquished the old. Ask reptiles. Cadence looked aside. Collaborator Hesperus released the pistol, letting it hover in the air. Still aimed at Cadence, he knelt down and touched his finger against her chest, just below the breastbone, as I had seen when the robots examined him. His finger sank into her armor as if it had rotated soft. The thing I would still like to know is what you hope to gain by opening the star dam. No matter where the dam is located, you must know that at best, you can only hurt a small part of the Meta civilization. Is that your intention, an ultimately pointless gesture? He dug his fingers in deeper until he was up to his knuckles. Metal was blending with metal, gold into silver. I could not even be sure that his fingers had any independent existence. You are not going to learn anything from me, Hesperus. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Cadence flinched, arching her torso. Hesperus's other hand was holding her down, at the shoulder. Easy now. He uttered, not without kindness. Resisting me won't help you. You see now that I am stronger than before. Stronger than you ever imagined. The barricades you have put up, the flimsy screens you think will hide your secrets, are nothing to me now.